Yeah. Just like that.
Just like that, popping up on your screens. Hello and greetings from Sitges, Spain. You guys, this is the third round of Sunway Sitges Festival. I am Women Grandmaster Kirill, and this is my co-host, International Master Lauren Strand, and we are in this beautiful studio, ready to start the day, ready to see a lot of excitement. Lawrence, what is your call today? What do you think?
Well, it's round 3 of this open tournament, and as expected, there have been some bumps in the road already. Yesterday we saw a number of, I would like to call them mini upsets. A few of the top players have dropped half a point. Perhaps most prominently, we saw how
Jules Moussard actually shared the score with Anna Schiffman on the second board. The game was so wonderful. And yes, I have to admit that I lost my bet with you on board 6. Manon Schipper drew the game against David Gavrilescu. That was one of the last games yesterday. Let's take a look at the pairings today to see what is the menu in our broadcast and what kind of pairings we're going to have. Lawrence, you mentioned that round 3 is the round when the top players are, strong players are facing each other.
Yeah, this is where typically in the open tournaments we start to see some difficulties for the best players. We see Edward Song, he's an international master playing against Kirill Alekseenko. We've got Tan against Jing Yao. We've got Marc-André Maurizzi against Thota from India, probably a very dangerous player. We've got Naoum against Ido Gorshtein, Vetokhin against Mobin Alinasab, and Shamatava, who is your countryman, against Paul Velten. Figueras from Brazil against Ilamparthi, and Karimov, Raczek, Anand, Travadon, and Gormali, Mr. Daniel Gormali on board 10 against Robin Coles.
Yeah, we have, after 2 rounds, of course, a lot of players who have 100% of the scores, 2 out of 2. And the total number, you guys can see only half of it, 1/3 of it. We do have actually 124 chess players with 2 out of 2.
We have 24, how many?
100?
Well, no, not 124. We have 19 boards, so we have 38 players in the open section with 2 out of 2.
Oh, I have both of them open then.
Yeah, you've got probably a wrong page.
Okay, very good.
38 players on 2 out of 2. But look, it's still the early stages of the tournament. Doesn't really matter at this stage. Even if you've got 1.5 points, even 1 point, you can still win this tournament. So we're going to dive straight into the games for today. And why don't we start with board 1? Edward Song against Kirill Alekseenko. We'll go from the beginning as the round just started. We have, we'll bring up the board for you, hopefully. We can bring that up. Here we go. And we have another Spanish. So we've seen a few Spanishes. Of course, the Italian game has tended to be the opening which kind of dominates elite level chess nowadays, very much taking over from the Spanish, which was the main opening. But we're seeing a resurgence of the Spanish this tournament. This time we see a mainline Spanish. Rook e1, b5, total mainline. This position has been played literally hundreds of thousands of times. And now Alekseenko decides to go for the move knight d7. In this position, there are many, many moves for black. You've got the Breyer, knight b8, you've got bishop b7, you've got knight a5, you've got even, rook e8. Rook e8 is a move here, I should say. Lots of moves for black, but knight d7 is a curious move. I think I remember seeing a few English players play this. The idea of this move is that sometimes you bring the knight to c5, sometimes you bring it to b6, and sometimes you actually prepare some kind of king h8, f5. So it's actually a very aggressive sort of system. White played d4, the main move, and knight to b6. Now, if I remember correctly, that is actually not the main move at all in this position. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but my spidey senses tell me that the move bishop f6, I think, is the main line. I'm kind of out of book here myself, but nonetheless, knight b6 played. How bad can it be to put the knight on b6? And now it's Edward Song who is thinking.
To disagree what you said, bishop f6 is the main line here and mostly played. And then we have knight b6 being second popular move here. Seems like players started to play that move recently, but there is still big difference between the popularity of bishop f6 and knight b6 is quite huge.
I mean, when you look at this position, you're not very impressed with Black's play. He's brought the knight round to b6, and you say, okay, and what? I would tend to be happy here with White, but of course the point is, what do you do here? Do you just play knight bd2 and bring the knight round to g3 in typical Spanish style? If so, what is Black's idea? Now, I'm not completely sure what Black is trying to do in this position, so I'm very curious to see what Kirill has planned. And of course, he doesn't just play this opening randomly. He's the top seed. He's a former candidate participant. So I'm really curious to see how this game all pans out.
Yeah, knight e2 in this line is the main alliance to stop knight getting on c4, because instead of knight e2, if you play bishop to e3, which is also quite a logical move, here Black can take the pawn on d4 first, then knight a5 to go after this bishop, and after bishop c2 you go knight a2 c4, and you are really bothering this bishop, and now you can even play c5.
Yeah,
and somehow your pieces are quite happy on the queen side when you play with Black.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not sure. I would still be quite happy here with White after b3. I would kick this knight back, and I would say that these knights are a bit offside. Maybe here I could play bishop b2, for example. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, lots of ideas. But I think if you're Edward Song here, you should be quite happy. Yes, he's played a slightly offbeat system, but it's hardly dangerous. So I think Song is going to be happy. Let's move on to board 2. Well, we have a very solid game here in the game Tan versus Jing Yao. We have a very classic Queen's Gambit declined with bishop f4. Of course, the move bishop g5 is also very playable here, but bishop f4, castles e3 and c6, all very playable stuff. Pawn to h3 and bishop f5. Feel as though Tan has really not treated this opening with any sort of seriousness in some ways. He's just getting his pieces out. Look at Black's position. I mean, Black has got the ideal setup. He's able to get the bishop on f5 to prevent bishop to d3. He's going to be able to play knight bd7 next. This is about as good as it gets in the Queen's Gambit declines. I mean, you don't actually get better spots in this, basically. So,
agree with that, as the biggest problem in this setup for Black is this light square bishop, and if you find the f5 square open for it, you have to definitely go for it. I'm also quite surprised here by the choice of Tan, as he has not really thought too much to reach to this point. And obviously this bishop is just perfect here. Do you think he might go after it, like something like knight h4?
I was thinking that, but then of course this knight is here. So could you play, for example, this classic bishop to e4 move? The point being that after knight takes e4, you actually lose with White, because now after knight takes e4, I'm attacking the knight, and when the knight moves back, I've got this very annoying bishop b4 check, and suddenly there's no way to block the check. So if you go knight h4, I'm going to go bishop e4 here as White, and then, as Black, sorry, and then I'm just not convinced here that this is anything special. I'm very unimpressed by White's opening, and I think Jing Yao is just already equal and can think about starting to actually, do more.
Do you think this is the strategy from Tan to just equalize the game against the Grandmaster? He's a FIDE master playing against the Grandmaster, and you know what? He can be okay to make a draw. Do you think he's choosing this strategy to annoy his opponent?
I mean, I think he wanted to be solid, but in general, it's a very bad idea to try and play overly solid and overly passive. The Grandmasters tend to find a way anyway. It's much better to be proactive against all of these top players. and put them to the test because they want to win, so they'll risk things even more. When you play like this and you allow a grandmaster just to equalize very, very quickly, in my experience, this works out very badly for you. So, okay, we move on to board 3. Now we have a very interesting little matchup. We have Maurizzi against Druva. Now, Druva, I have to admit, I have no idea who Druva is. I've never heard of Thota Druva. And of course, Maurizzi is a player that, for all of you guys who've been following chess for the past few years, will have heard of, because he really has been the top homegrown French prodigy for a long time. And France has produced, obviously, a number of wonderful players over the years, prodigies. Back row, just being one example, MBL, all of these young superstars. I'm not counting Ali Reza because he's an import, but when we're talking about homegrown French players, Maurizzi is now on that list. And he's a very dangerous player. He's a very, very dangerous player. And he's already sort of 2,600-ish, about 18, I think he is. And, well, you don't want to give him the sort of positions he likes, the dynamic positions. He's very, very dangerous. Now, his opponent, Thota Druva, I can see his. Is it true he's only 15 years old?
He's only 15 years old, and he's already quite impressive, 2350. Seems like the guy who plays a lot of tournaments and also wins a lot of tournaments. I would not be surprised if he's also the medalist at the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, 15 years old, 2350. It's not anything crazy special nowadays, I would say. We're seeing grandmasters at 12, 13, 14. We're seeing a whole load of players that are 2400, 2500 at 15. But we have to take into account that he's Indian, and there's a possibility that he may not have played that many tournaments. So his rating might not actually be accurate at all, and he might be underrated. So we'll see. We've got a very sharp position. Look at this position we have here, Ketty, in the game. We have a Sicilian defense, Naidorf, with the move queen to d3. I always tell my students that Naidorf is a tricky opening to play as black, because white has got about 10 different ideas just in this position. All of the queen moves are possible. Queen e2, queen f3, queen d3. I think actually this is a favorite of none other than Paco Vallejo, one of the top Spanish players. I think Paco has played this with some success. The idea of the move is very simple. You're getting the queen out the way. You're going to move this bishop and try and get castled long very quickly. So very aggressive move. 97.
Yeah, quite a natural move too. If you are not an e4 player, you might have a lot of questions. Why would you just play queen there in the center, block the bishop? Why don't you first castle and then play? Because you taught us to make sure that your king is first castled. So this is heavy theory. You need to know this, otherwise there is not a recommendation to play moves like that.
Yeah, I mean, the argument is that white actually wants to castle on the queen side, right? Of course, as Ketty is saying, classic bishop c4, bishop d3, bishop e2, and short castles.
Or bishop g5, bishop e3, and then castle on the long side. But
yeah, so
queen d3 is like something super tricky move, actually.
Yeah, it's just very unconventional, and we get a position where something very similar happens, where white has got in e4, f4, he has castled on the queen side, and we've got a very sharp battle with the fianchetto, this bishop. I'll draw that line, but I can't draw today. This bishop breaking down here, so like a dragon bishop. Both sides castled on opposite flanks. Should be a very, very sharp battle. I always favor the stronger player in these positions, because I feel as though they manage to be more efficient, and going g4, h4, h5 is very much on the cards. We'll keep an eye on that one. That could get very spicy. Yeah,
my favorite quote from Fischer in this kind of positions is like, I like to play h4, h5, open up the h-file, check, and then mate. And if you are not careful, that can actually happen. That can be a scenario of that kind of positions in Sicilian. Moving forward to the next game, do we have the move F4?
Now,
okay.
hello.
Oh, wow.
This one, I have to say, I've not seen F4 in a top level game since I last played it. No, it's here we go. Look, we've got a camera here. This is the birds.
Birds.
Yeah. Now the birds opening is, I think, to be honest, it's given a bad it's got a bad reputation, let's say.
Oh no, really?
It's got a bad reputation because you're weakening your king.
You play with the F pawn too early.
But I did a whole DVD on this, Ketty.
You did?
I did a very long DVD on the birds. It was one of my favorite DVDs that I've ever done. It's a very, very interesting
Are you recommending
opening.
us to play F4?
Yeah, well, I'm recommending if you do your homework, you can play it. Because look, if you can play the Dutch as black and it's okay, then surely you can play the birds with one extra tempo. Let's see what happened. Black played d5, one of the most principled replies, knight f3 and bishop g4. We now have a reverse Trompovsky with f4 included. Very interesting. White just goes e3, very solid, and b3. So now we have some sort of Larsen with b3. Okay, there's a trade on f3, the bishop's fianchetto, and d3. And the machine already says this move is a mistake. d3 looks very unnecessary to me here. Like, it's probably okay, but why? Why play d3? I guess he doesn't want any trades with knight e4. But, I mean, in this position here, I would be just developing normally with bishop e2. Probably bishop e2. I would even seriously consider the move g4 here.
Oh, I love that move. I want to just adjust this move to play. And then I was like thinking, maybe first we need to castle on long side and then to start. Something like...
You could go knight c3.
Knight c3, long castle.
I like that as well, castle and...
Then g4,
and
h5,
run.
Yeah.
Maybe black can play knight e4 here, though. Maybe that's the issue in this position that white didn't like. And there's more trades. So you play d3. Okay, it can't...
Oh, in that case, we can still castle. Let's actually...
Castle?
You can castle, and if you take my knight, then I'm going to take it back, and you're going to have an issue on this d file. So you can
C6.
go with c4, I guess.
Yeah, I will probably trade these off, go e6. I don't know how much it is. There's a queen f6 check coming. I don't know. It doesn't feel like too much for white. And I think in general, white just wanted to avoid trade. So d3 makes loads of sense. But black's position very comfortable. I would expect a move like c5 and knight c6. And then you've got to be very careful of a timely d4. And the structure's a bit...
Yeah, move like d3 actually weakens the dark squares on the long side, on the queen side, because potentially if you castle on the long side with white, then any trade, something like knight e8 or knight h5, will weaken so much the queen side that d3 is in that case quite unnecessary. Don't really need to do that. Instead of knight going on d2, you can perfectly well play knight to c3, and I like that position actually.
Yeah. Okay, we move on to board 5. Sava Vetokhin. Now, if we get a little, let's say, image here of Sava, we were saying before, Ketty, Sava Vetokhin, he looks very young, because he is very young.
But he looks even younger.
But he looks even younger. We can't get a video, I don't think, of him just yet. This is his position. Now, against the player, I'm going to ask you, Mobina Alinasab. What do you know about this women's grandmaster from Iran? Yeah,
I have seen her at the chess tournaments. Quite familiar face and also the name. I'm gonna just very quickly do research about her. She's woman grandmaster and rated 2300. Oh yes, I know her. I just know
you know her, right?
Yes, I know her. 24 years old, from Iran. and has been in the among the top players for a long, long time. If I'm not mistaken, she's even the part of the national team. And yeah, I remember her when she was very little playing chess. So she's really tough.
Okay.
She's really tough. Women Grandmaster, that's going to be a big battle, I guess, against Sava and Mobina.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's so many talented players that come out of Iran. It's unsurprising, really. But this is actually an incredibly interesting moment because, you know, I look at this position and we've got a wild opening. I'm just going to quickly go through the moves. We had a Nimzo Indian with e3 and c5. Pretty standard. Now, in this position here, the move d takes c5 is already very unusual. The main move here is to castle, after which black plays d5. We've got hundreds of thousands of games. So d takes c5 is already slightly offbeat. It allows black to give white these tripled pawns, which is normally not good. Queen to a5, and now queen to b3.
How do you call this triple pawns?
We call them triple pawn. There is a very non-politically correct way to say it, which is we call it the Irish Pawn Centre, but you don't really hear them call it the Irish Pawn Centre now. It's
Never heard it.
It's something that you just don't hear nowadays. It's not used. Yeah, we just call them triple pawns.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that way.
So
I have heard some name of
Yeah.
pawns, triple pawns, but I don't really remember right now because myself, I played a game against How You Fun and I had triple pawns.
Right.
Not the best choice to have against the world champion.
But look at what happened. Well, I played queen b3. Now, the idea of this move is that if queen takes c5, there's a very nasty skewer with bishop to a3. So Mobina instead decided to play the move b6, which I think is a wonderful move. I really like it. The idea is that after c takes b6, firstly, there are actually a few moves here. Black's response here is not clear. Taking with the queen is not ridiculous. Taking with the pawn is not ridiculous. Also, the move rook b8 looks like it could be an idea. So, but what Mobina is trying to do is get very quick development, probably get this bishop out to a6, get this rook over to c8, and literally start hunting these pawns.
I love the activity that black can just have in this position after all those moves that you showed us on the board. And that's more than enough. And if you get the pawn back, then you're going to leave one pawn on c-file quite weak. So that's probably his idea. We have already the move because we can see that Sava has left the board. He took the pawn, and now Mobina is thinking she's actually, in fact, the silver medalist at World Junior Championship back in 2019, just before COVID started. And there are a lot of young players who missed chances to win medals because basically for 2 years we had no tournaments, and they had no chance to improve themselves, their games, and yeah, that's quite heartbreaking for many chess players. But Mobina was one of those players who got the medal at one of the latest over-the-board tournaments before the COVID.
There you go. Well, let's see what happens. I think this could turn into a very interesting game, but I quite like Black's decision. We move on to board number 6.
Oh, I'm so happy to see, and I'm proud to see Georgian flag over there on the top boards. And
do you know this player, Shamatava?
I know him. I have seen him playing chess tournaments. As I have left Georgia for many years ago, I don't know them quite close.
Okay.
But yeah, I know that he's quite tough, very hardworking. Have seen him playing at the competitions, and we have him on the screen. I really remember him smaller than he is right now. He looks all grown up.
So how old is he? He must be like...
he's very young.
18, 17, something like... Not even, right?
Yeah, I think he's even... Let me very quickly take a look at his age. 16 years old.
He's 16,
16
okay.
years old.
Yeah, super young.
So yeah, let's see what is happening on the board.
Yeah, we have another Sicilian and a main line, another Naidorf, And look at this. I told you guys a few minutes ago there are so many moves in this position for white. This move was played by Shamatava. Now this move looks ridiculous, right? To the untrained eye. What is this move? It's not a developing move, it's a flank move. How can this move be any good? Well,
Exactly.
the idea of this move is that it's a kind of useful move in the future, because a lot of the time black plays the move b5, and often the move pawn to b4 is the threat, which would dislodge this knight, and this pawn would become weak. And also, if you're allowed, sometimes if you get the bishop to c4, suddenly you have a square to put this bishop. So it's actually a very useful move. Black played the move knight c6, and white said, okay, actually I'm going to put the bishop on e2, pawn to g6, and bishop to e3, bishop to g7. We see another dragon kind of setup in via a knight-off move order. And I have to say that I very much like this decision by black. I think entering a dragon when white plays these offbeat lines in a knight-off is really good, because you get often superior versions of a dragon. White played queen d2 and now knight g4. So black took advantage of the fact that this move is available. However, white in this position will almost certainly take it. Black will almost certainly take back. And now white will probably play a move like pawn to f3, where you gain a tempo against the bishop. And we have a position like this where it wouldn't even surprise me to see a trade and then either bishop d4.
Just trade everything.
Just
off the
trade
board
everything
and have
and just-
fine position.
Yeah, just be ever so slightly better.
Yeah,
That's the way I
pawn
think.
structure is nice, and knight is actually quite beautifully seated there on c3. Can go somewhere on d5, but I think we do have the moves, and
Oh, we
they
do?
have
Okay.
they have a bit of different order. So after knight g4, there was knight c6 first, pawn takes
Okay.
c6, and then bishop captured the knight, bishop captured the bishop, and bishop went to h6 and tried to trade this bishop from that way.
Yeah, somehow this feels like a worse way to do it. I'm not.
I like it actually more.
You like this more?
I like it more because if you take this bishop, I get my queen there, and you're gonna struggle to castle, right?
Well, yes. I mean, I could play the move queen b6 here, for example.
In this case, I'm gonna just castle.
Castle long. Which way? This
Short
way.
side, yeah.
Oh,
Because
you-
long side is illegal
No.
to do.
So you're okay. You're just gonna.
I'm thinking like any open file will be just good for me, because
Okay.
your king gonna be in the center, and as it's not my game, why not just move
That's
like
true.
that, right?
Here's a question. I don't think we would ever take here. I think taking here is crazy.
Yeah.
So what if I just sidestep? Let's say I go here, for example.
In this case, I can again just castle short.
Okay, you can castle short. I guess I'm gonna. I've got to be a little bit careful of knight d5 here. I ran into that.
Yeah, yeah. And then game seems like much better for white because of the pawn structure.
Okay, so let's not go queen a5. Let's go queen b6 or queen. Actually, queen d7 makes a. Okay, let's go queen b6.
So you want to castle on the long side?
Well, I'm definitely thinking about it. I'm definitely thinking about it, and I am asking one question here about this pawn. Do you want to defend it or not?
Well, I don't see a harm to defend it with rook to b1, to be honest, as
Yep.
especially black is not threatening anything.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I wasn't a massive fan of knight takes c6 is because the move knight d5 is no longer available, whereas in other lines, you know, if you just go here straight away, and now f3, you know, the knight d5 ideas still exist. I don't know. I feel as though black should be fine. I wouldn't be worried here as black, but at the same time, yeah, of course, white is doing just fine as well. So there's a lot of game to go there.
Yeah, this actually can get very sharp. So we can come back
Yeah.
to this game later on, but moving forward to the board 7, when we have international master from Brazil, Figueras against the international master A.R. Ilamparthi from India. And here we have this position. It's quite common setup, right?
Yeah, we have a pretty normal position here. We have a 4 knights, very normal. H3 on move 4. It's
we have a lot of H3, A3 today, right?
Well, it features a lot in modern chess nowadays. I will say that I have been a big fan of the move A3. I've played that a few times. H3 is also very interesting because it's a useful move down the line and you're just trying to get a position. And black plays G6. This is definitely one of the ways to treat this. But white goes for D4 anyway. Takes. And now we have a Scotch opening with the inclusion of H3, G6, Bishop G7, and white just decides to take, which is also very interesting. And Bishop C4. I don't know if I would do this as white. I'm not totally convinced by it, but castles, rook e8, rook e1. How bad can life be here as white? I mean, you haven't done anything super wrong.
Right.
E5 might be on the cards sometimes, so it wouldn't surprise me to see D6 here as black. Standard move. Now maybe white will play Bishop G5, maybe Bishop F4 is also possible. But black should be fine. Rook B8 will come very quickly. There's pressure here. Yeah, I'm not a huge believer in white's.
I'm actually thinking that after Bishop G5, let's say.
Bishop G5?
Yeah. If you go with Rook B8 in this position, do I have a move E5?
Yes. You absolutely do have the move E5 here. No question. No question this move exists. D takes E5, and what you want to do is you want to utilize the pin, right?
Yeah.
Looks winning. So E5 is a big threat. So probably after Bishop G5, you have to go H6. Now after Bishop H4, the question is, do you really want to go G5 here? Looks like a very committal move. Very tough move. So yeah, I would take. I guess I would take white, but I feel as though like after Bishop G5, black must have some move. What about just going Bishop E6, challenging this bishop, connecting the rooks? Has to be fine. Takes. And now the queen is defended. Has to be fine for black. No problems really.
Yeah. Moving forward to the next board, and the last board we have for us to the for broadcast is this position where we have two players, FIDE master Alisher Karimov against Christoph Raczek, and we have actually a black player from Poland with 200 rating points more. And here we have this setup which looks so symmetrical to me. The queens are off the board, the pawn structure is very same. How do you usually treat this kind of symmetrical positions?
Well, I don't get them very often, that's for sure. I don't play openings where I get something as dry as this. But black has to be doing absolutely fine here. I mean, you've got a tempo against the bishop. In fact, isn't black for preference? I would be a bit worried here as white already, actually. My knight is really poorly placed on d1. I have a question about where to put the bishop. Do I put it on d3? Do I put it on b3? I don't know. This just looks like black has got the easiest position in the world here. Doesn't look at all good for white.
Can we see how we reached the position?
Yeah, I guess
like
it's
this?
a queen's gambit accepted. No, it's not. It's another Nimzo. With a3, okay. Kind of possible to play like this. And white played d takes c5. Hate this move. Absolutely hate this move. I think white should just play castles and enter an isolated queen's pawn position. And we have a classic looking IQP. This taking on c5 here really looks very, very... yeah, it just looks too slow to me. Too slow and really...
Too equalish.
Yeah, you've just got no bite in this position, basically. There's just nothing to work with, unfortunately. So don't like that at all. We won't spend much time there because that's a very dull opening. Let's go back to board 1. Yes.
I have a suggestion to go
Please.
board 3. We
Board
have
3.
already quite sharp situation there. Mark Andrea against Thota. And white just decided to play g4, and we can see this mark here, red mark, not very much liked by the engine.
Yeah, but it's a classic move. The reason why it looks funny is because after knight c5, you're attacking the queen and you're threatening the pawn. But I think what white wants to do in this position is just find a square like e3 for the queen. And what Mark Andrea is saying is, well, if you take on g4, I'm just going to take. You're going to take back. I'm going to hit your bishop with tempo. The bishop's going to go somewhere. And then I've got some knight d5. And already this looks like losing for black to me. Because how do you stop knight d5? If you go bishop e6, you're inviting f5. And white's attack is already very, very fast. If you protect the bishop, I've always got h3. And if you move the bishop here, I'm going to play knight d5, hitting the queen. And a position like this, knight takes e7, check, king h8. My queen side for the moment is a little bit fragile, but like if I just go king b1, my bishop's protected. Yeah, things can get a bit out of line. It requires some care, but this is what Mark Andrea is saying. And if you go bishop takes g4 here, do you actually lose a piece after bishop takes f6?
Yep, seems like you are actually losing a piece after bishop e2. There is a bishop g7, rook is hanging and bishop is hanging at the same time.
Yeah.
So after all the trades we can have on the board, white will end up with extra piece. I was just wondering what's the really idea of g4, because to me a move like h4 was much natural there.
I think the point is that if you go h4, you always have to be careful about, let's say, knight c5, queen e3, and now h5, and you just keep control over the g4 square. Now, it might not work in this position because of takes, and knight d5, which looks very strong, but it's always in the air. So that's why Mark Andrea decided to play the move pawn to g4.
It actually has a tricky idea because, like, for instance, if you go b5 here, just a typical move, then shall we play something like bishop takes f6, knight takes f6 and g5?
Correct.
With the idea to play knight d5 next and knight c6, because I think you're just losing here the pawn. So knight d5.
So knight d7 and now knight d5.
Yeah, and when you play queen d8, knight to c6. Queen is under attack and
actually queen is trapped. That's beautiful. Queen can't go here, and after queen e8, knight c7.
Yeah.
Very beautiful. Oh no, there's knight c5. We just black just survives here.
Yeah. So let's take the pawn on e7.
You just want to take the pawn.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I anyway wanted to take the pawn, to be honest.
Taking the pawn and then taking here, and 2 extra pawns and domination on the board should be
so
sufficient.
It was the idea, but move like knight to c5 is so natural move. And also it kind of forces the moves, right? After knight c5, you don't have much of the moves there. You cannot play anything else but queen to e3, otherwise you lose the pawn on e4. You have to do that. Knight g4 is with a tempo.
Yeah, and now, I mean, I guess you do take. The natural move here, there is a possibility that Mark Andrea will consider the move queen g1 or even queen g3. He might say, okay, now I can gain a tempo. And if the knight comes back to f6, to play a move like bishop f3. This is also interesting. Now ideas of e5 are in the air, as are moves like h4, h5. So this is actually possible.
Yeah, we have these 8 boards that we can take a look, and then we also have one special board. Ivanchuk Vasily is one of the participants, the chess legend, joined the tournament a day later and got the bye. If we can take a look, oh, there was one, yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, playing against Georgian.
Diana Lomaya.
Yeah,
Do you know her?
Yeah. I've heard her. FIDE Master from Georgia, 2000 rated. I should say that all Georgian players, they are actually much stronger than rating represents, because they don't have much of the international tournaments to collect the rating points, and also it's not very common, like Indian kids, to travel in Europe to play the tournaments, but they are trying to play in Georgia. And like I would say that her rating is 2000, should be plus 200 at least.
Okay.
Yeah.
Diana Lomaya playing, you can see her there on the left side, playing against the legendary Vasil Ivanchuk. We have a position here which I must say has, Ivanchuk has got no problems here with black. Typical kind of English structure. Ivanchuk has just played rook a8. The white pieces don't really work for me. These knights are stepping on each other. I'm not... Look, I think Diana's position is probably objectively okay, but I'm not madly in love with her position. And I think Ivanchuk, with so much tension still in the position, the two bishops, if you're Ivanchuk here, you just have to be very, very happy you just have to be happy here as Ivanchuk.
Look at his time situation, 1 hour and 20 minutes. Way more than his opponent has. He must be very comfortable here, but also white has nothing to worry, no weakness, just quite normal position to play.
Yeah.
Shall we go back to the
Let's
board
go back.
one, because we have a couple more moves.
Okay, so we had knight bd2, bishop f6, and knight f1 as thought. And now we see black's main idea, which is to go pushing these pawns on the queen side. The knight came to e3. It's an unusual square for the knight. Of course, the more classic square is to go g3. But Song decides to go e3, a4, the bishop comes back. And this is the position we have. And I guess that black is going to trade on d4 and maybe create some luft for this bishop with g6. This is a very double-edged position. I actually don't mind it, I have to say, for black now. This knight e3, I'm not sure about. At least you've got knight g4 as an idea. However, black has gained considerable space over on the queen side. And so it is a double-edged position, for sure. I would probably take white, but because I've got the nice center, and I've got some knight g4 ideas, but I don't feel overly confident here as white either. I think Alekseenko is actually very happy, because he's got a fight, he's got the imbalances, so he can try and play for a win, basically. So this is interesting. Board 2, we had bishop f5 and bishop d3, so white traded the light square bishops, knight bd7, castles rook e8, all standard, another trade, knight d7, bishop goes back, we get this position here. Yeah, as I say, no problems here for black whatsoever. I guess the only question is black actually going to be able to produce anything here, or is the position just so lacking, pieces, and is there just not enough here for black to work with? I don't know. It's a sort of position I've seen lots of grandmasters win against lower rated players. I'm very curious to see if Jing Yao is capable of creating some problems there for white.
Yeah, it's quite a nice situation. We do have actually a special area for the streamers, and we do have several streamers here with us offering their viewers to follow their games, and it's quite nice place. I was just checking some of the streamers there. We do have Lila Korize from Georgia, And also we have Jules Gambit. She was here last year and was actually streaming. And I remember that we had a lot of streamers there in one corner, and they had these cameras direction to the sea. So they had such a beautiful view. Maybe we can take a look at the playing venue before we take our first break and check it out, how the streamer's corner is looking, and just to see the playing venue, because both of us were there yesterday and it is such a nice place to feel this atmosphere of the tournament. So let's go to the playing venue right now.
Let's see if we can get some video. Here we go.
There we go. And make it bigger so we can see the view, and look at that big windows there. From that windows you can see a beautiful seaside of Sitges, and this is exactly the corner of the streamers. You can see there also some signs of the Twitch. There are more than 2 streamers actually, as I can see right now. 4 streamers are there located, and they have beautiful view. Besides this playing venue, we do have 2 more playing venues on the first floor, because there are a lot of participants, and this is a huge festival actually. So this is close up of the streamers corner. And I like this one very much because you don't really bother anyone. You have your space. As you can see, there are so many wires there and some tripods and the cameras. So no one really touches that area, so you will not get disconnected. How do you feel yourself when you're playing against streamer? Do you find it fine?
Well, I don't play. I've never really played against a streamer, to be honest. I've never played against somebody who's got their own cameras set up for their channel, but it's kind of something totally new and novel in chess that this just didn't exist years ago. But it's good. It's good for chess. It's more eyeballs on chess. It's more. It's wider participation, and we're seeing players of a lower level. You know, a lot of these streamers are, let's call them very strong club or amateur players. But they're getting commentated on, and it's very interesting because years and years ago, chess has really been in many ways an elitist sport. We only commentated on the top games, the Grandmaster games, but now we're getting commentary on let's say serious amateur players, and that's quite nice actually. So yeah, I think it's a great idea, great initiative by the tournament to do this.
Yep. I actually streamed myself in one of the only events that I streamed, like the classical one. It was quite challenging for me. It was quite challenging, but also when you're facing the grandmasters in every round, it's not easy to think about the technicalities, rather than when you're playing in section B or a bit lower level. And yeah, it was very challenging, but I should say that a lot of people enjoyed to watch the games. I did not enjoy the comments after like losing the game. For instance, like there was like several cases when I just wanted a piece, and there were a lot of questions or a lot of your opponent destroyed you, and I was like, man, I'm gonna destroy you now. Stuff that kind of comments. But yeah, okay, that's for fun. But yeah, it's such a great opportunity, right? You can be at the tournament playing on the, board 40 or 50, and your game will probably never get at the commentary, but like you have your own show there.
There you
so
go.
it's pretty awesome. Best of the luck to our streamers who are doing this tough work, I should say. It's not easy to play and stream. And we are ready to take our first break.
Yes.
Coming back with more excitement, because the players gonna speed up now at some point, and we're gonna have more and more moves. You guys, this is Sunway Sitges Festival 11th edition, and here we are in Spain. Don't go too far because we will be back shortly. Coming back from the first break, here we are in the studio in Sitges, Spain, Katy and Lawrence, and this is the round 3 of Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. We can see on the window that the sun is going down. It's getting
beautiful.
A little bit darker and a little bit colder, but the games are going to heat up very soon. Lawrence.
Yes, they are. We're still in full swing in round 3. We've had, of course, a few moves in the break, and let's go to board 1. Let's start there, because absolutely crazy stuff, because Kirill Alekseenko has moved his knight. He's done a knight dance today. We last saw it here, where he now played knight e7, which looks very strange, and after knight g4 to go knight g6. Now, I'm sorry, but I know he's a great player, but I don't buy any of this. I don't buy it. I simply do not believe that this way of playing is correct. I think White's done a good job putting the knight on g4. So already, you know, you're very close to losing here as black after knight takes f6, queen takes f6 and bishop g5. You're very lucky to have the move queen e6. Extremely lucky. And so that doesn't quite work, but I still feel as though after knight g6 there just has to be a way here for White to be slightly better, right? What that is not completely clear to me, and I think that's a job for Song, but I just don't buy the concept of these two knights being here. I just can't. You know, two, in general, bad squares for knights. Okay, in this position, it's not bad because they have jumpy outposts, but I'm not a believer, basically.
He just made a move. I wonder what is that move that he has played after quite long thought, and he took the pawn on e5.
Yeah, I mean, this move is also a possible. Does he want to trade queens after d takes e5? Also, how to take back on e5 is not clear to me. But let's say he takes back with the pawn. The problem is, after queen takes d8, actually, you have a problem here as black, because if you take with the bishop, you lose the e5 pawn, and you're just doing very badly. And if you take with the rook, I can take on f6, corrupting your pawn structure. I don't know how bad this is for black with these double pawns. It might be okay, because the bishop's coming to e6, and this bishop is not very good. So it looks, at first glance, like it's bad, but I'm not sure how bad it is. So maybe Alekseenko is kind of getting away with things here. But once again, I tend to believe that, you know, if you were...
He actually made quite interesting decision. After pawn takes the pawn on e5, he decided to capture it back with the bishop.
Wow. That is a very... Yeah, because he didn't want the double pawns, basically. But now, for example, with White, I would be very interested in taking on e5 with this knight. Takes back, probably with the pawn. And now queen f3. To be able to put my queen on g3 and have some kind of typical Spanish play. So I think that this is certainly possible. And, there's a whole game ahead, right?
There's also another suggestion here, instead of taking on e5, which is the engine suggestion, and quite tough to actually spot it. But instead of taking there, you can play knight to d4, going after b5 pawn. And if you play bishop d7, then you can play bishop d3 or queen to e2 to even increase the pressure. I think bishop d3 would make a lot of job here. And you're kind of forced to take this knight on d4. And in that case, I have a beautiful pawn structure in the center. I have a pair of bishop and a lot of space. So I really love this position for White.
I mean, this is if you have to take on d4, I can never imagine Alekseenko taking on d4 here. I think he would rather give up a pawn than give White that kind of position. I think that's very interesting. If he finds knight d4, Well, that would be fantastic. There are other moves here. Bishop g5 is a move, for example, hitting the queen. Even a move like a3 is a move to prevent b4 or a3 ideas. So there's a lot of moves here for white.
That's a lot of moves, but I'm afraid there will be not too many moves in the game that I would like to suggest. Board 3. Here we have a Mark.
Board 3. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, we have Mark Andrea against Thota. And after last time we checked it, this one was a g4. And here, Black made a very interesting decision to strike in the center with e5, attacking the knights.
Yeah, this is a...
Not very nice move.
No, this is a... In all honesty, I think this is a really, really poor move. The move e5 doesn't work well with the bishop fianchettoed on g7. It just doesn't. And so I think that you just shouldn't be playing this move. And Marc-Andrea here played knight b3. This is just a good move. Because now the d6 pawn is backwards and hanging. And after h6, you can take on f6. This is a good move. Takes on f6.
Just take the pawn or knight d5.
There's also knight d5, yeah. Marc-Andrea now is, I think, working out what to do. Knight d5 looks very, very dangerous to my eyes. The queen would have to go to d8. And now you've got all day to round up this pawn. So, for example, could you just take on f6, queen takes f6, and play f5, for example? And just say, okay, next move I'm taking.
Oh, I love that. And you can't really guard the pawn on d6 anymore.
Yeah.
We could actually go with that line without knight d5 too. If we just keep this bishop on f6 and go on f5 here in this position,
the only difference is maybe I'm allowing a check. I mean, it might not be...
Back.
Yeah, it might not be much. And now, I don't know, maybe here I can play something like knight c5, maybe, and claim that if you take on d6, at least I've kept my bishop, and maybe in some positions, sure, I'm a pawn down, but I've got the dark squared bishop, maybe I can fight. But this bishop is no good. It might just be the case.
It's up to the taste, I think. Either you like this position more or you like the other position more. It's basically, your choice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in love. I'm not in love with Black's prospects here. I think Black is actually strategically just totally busted here. And I think that Marc-Andrea is not going to really have an issue finding the right way. He did take on f6. Knight d5 will be played. Queen d8 is the only move. And Marc-Andrea, I'm pretty sure, will take on f6. So the question is, after knight takes f6, what is the right way? Because you can take on e5 because there's a pin. Or you can just play f5 again. I think Marc-Andrea is planning to do this in all variations, win a pawn and just win a technical position, basically. Doesn't look like this is going to work out for Black. Yep, I'm calling it now. I'm saying that one is going to be a very quick 1-0 today.
Another interesting situation is on board 6, where Nicolas Shamatava against Paul Velten has actually took some direction already. Board 7.
Board 7, okay.
Yeah, and let's check it out.
Oh, wow. Wait,
Some
no,
blunder
this is...
just happened. Oh, no,
it's not the right position. We've got a...
This is another board.
This is board 7. Which board was it you wanted to look at?
Board 6 here.
Board 6. Shamatava.
Yeah.
Shamatava.
Shamatava.
Wow. Okay, so we got this position. Remember how I told you I wasn't a huge fan of allowing this construction of pawns? I guess this is the reason why. Like, I look at this position and I feel like Black is totally fine here. But it's very difficult to create something with Black. What do you do here with Black? I don't know. It's a strange one, this position. Who would you take here, Ketty? White or Black? Yeah, you would take White.
Yeah. I like White's position. I like that the pawn on h6 just creates the mating net. Even in the end game, White gonna have a very nice tempo up. Just thinking how to open up the king side. or where to bring the knight, or how to just get the pieces there. Then, something like f4 breakthrough, if that's the possibility.
I don't think you really want to go f4 very often, because you give up the e5 square, something like takes, and often the queen can park itself on e5. I think strategically you allow this. I don't think you go f4 almost ever in these positions as white. A queen move looks a bit more standard, but where exactly I don't know. Queen d4, maybe you can play c5, queen e3, maybe just play queen e3, but I don't really know how to proceed here with white. I just don't know how to make any progress here with white. That's the problem. I just don't. So
thinking something like knight d5 might be interesting. Sacrifice to get the queen on e7 square, let's say, and starts to annoy the black. Or something like rook h5 and then f4.
Yeah, they're kind of just...
Something like g3 and f4. I see more ideas here for white than for black, because black can start to double the rooks on b5. Let's say rook b8, then rook to b6 probably, and the other rook can go there. So this is something that white has to take into consideration, not to give up too much. But white has this move, rook, let's say d2 and knight d1, to guard the pawn on b2.
Yeah, it's all a bit strange, this position. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of I'm not a huge fan of this position, actually. I just don't really know what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Let's move to the next board, board 7. We have now a correct position.
Oh, we have a correct position.
And now we have the pawn on f6 instead of on h6. Shall we see how this actually reached? Again, triple pawns on the c file.
Yeah, we had something similar. Black played d5 here after rook e1. And bishop g5, look at this move.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, this is very interesting. White temporarily sacrifices a piece but wins it back and gets this, and black has got the triple pawns. But how bad is this actually for black? Is it so bad?
The pawn on c2 is hanging right now.
Exactly. Black has got two bishops in as compensation for the triple pawns.
Can we go all crazy and play something like rook e7 somewhere?
I think this is actually a very interesting move.
So let's say takes.
Yeah, takes I think we want to see as white. And then if the rook goes to d7, you can put your rook on e1. The bishop can come to e6. And then knight e4, that's very beautiful. And that's very painful. And if I go rook e8...
I go g4. Oh.
g4, bishop takes c2.
Maybe rook e2 first.
Rook e2, I like it. And your idea is you want to go g4 and then put the knight on e4 and land it on f6. Very interesting idea, rook e7. What if black plays h6? That's the only... Because if you go bishop h4, I will go g5. And I will kick your bishop away and only then take on here. And this is a totally different story because...
Absolutely.
But it's a great idea nonetheless. I don't think it's going to be played.
No, it's not working yet.
It's not working.
I'm thinking something like rook to e2 in this position.
Yeah.
With the idea to play g4 next move, because this bishop on f5 is actually stuck somehow. Don't have much of the moves to go around. I can play rook e1 next move. And, just get ready of rook e7 somewhere.
Yeah, I still feel as though black should be okay somehow, but you're right. Maybe I try and get active with rook b8. And if you go, even this position now is not clear, because after, let's say, rook b1, it feels as though maybe I can just go bishop b4 with black and threaten bishop takes c3. I don't know. I'm not at all convinced by the position here somehow. So I think that actually we're not gonna get something brilliant for white. I think black is
I really like this position for white. Seems like not very I'd say it's not a big advantage or anything, but a very pleasant position for white.
Okay.
I like the pawn on f6.
That's the thing. I mean, the pawn on f6, sometimes you want it gone, so you have a square on f6 for one of your pieces. You can go g4, knight e4, put the knight on f6. I don't know.
We have so different approach
to
life.
I don't know. I think
I like the pawn anywhere on the 6th rank, closer to the queen.
I think this is, yeah.
Let's take a look at the third board. We see that some moves have been played, and white has increased the advantage even further. So the move that Maurizzi played there is f5.
Yes.
Shall we jump there?
Yeah, exactly. So here,
board 3.
Board 3. Sorry. So he went knight b3. There was h6, takes, and he played f5 immediately. I think this is more or less the same thing. This is your move, right? f5 that you suggested.
I just like knight to be out there, ready to jump on d5, rather than to trade the bishop.
Yeah, this is just horrible for black. There's just no other way to say it. This is just really, really bad.
And black made also the move. What is that move?
Bishop e7. Horrible move. Horrible, horrible move. Really horrible. I mean, this move is horrible. I'm sorry. I know it sounds very harsh, but this is honestly a dreadful move. Because what do you do against knight d5? He wants to now give the check and go queen d8 and say, I'm holding the dark squares, but it just doesn't work, right? For example, you go h4 here often.
Yeah, you go h4 right away. Bishop takes h4 and you can just double the rooks maybe on h5.
You can do. You've got to be careful that you don't allow some weird g5 blocking everything. I think that, the move knight c7 is crying out to be played here. This is just a classic deflection tactic. If you take on c7, I take on h4, and, well, the open h file is just going to be good night for black. Rook here, and now some queen, I don't know. Queen d2 looks good, and if you go g5, I've got rook takes h6 tactic, and queen takes g5, and that will be the end of the game. No, this move, bishop e7, just cannot. I mean, this whole concept just cannot work at all. And I think that Marc-Andrea is just going to work out that he can go knight d5, h4, and you just can't allow this against the player.
I like h4 here as well, just to
h4 immediately.
Just to keep this bad bishop on the board.
Yeah. Why not? Also,
go for the attack.
Also, you've got ideas now. Let's say black played, I don't know, b5. You can go g5, exactly. And after takes, you can go h5. You can
I love that.
Or you can just take it back. I mean, you can just. You've got no. I mean, there are so many moves here for white. It really is. You can even play as boring as this.
Maybe take on g6 somewhere. Queen d5 ideas.
Yeah, you can take on g6. I just like the idea of
checkmate.
Yeah,
open the h file and checkmate.
If you take me, I'm very happy. This is falling. Rook here is coming. Queen here is. No, this is about as losing as losing gets in a Sicilian.
Although after g4, when white played this move, black could actually play knight to c5 to simplify the position a bit more here in this. Yeah. This was the chance for black. Knight c5.
This is a very complicated battle, though, after queen e3. So. I would have still bet that Maurizzi would win this position. So I just haven't been a fan of black's whole setup. So let's move on. I think Maurizzi is basically 99% to win that game.
Moving forward to the next game, we can go back to first board.
Yeah, board one's very interesting because what's happened is we can see that in this position, Song did in fact play the move bishop g5, which was one of the candidates, and queen e8. Basically, we have a game here where Alekseenko is trying to make things so random and unbalanced that he has some winning chances. I have to admit, I kind of like Queen E8 though. And now what do you do as white? It's not completely clear how, if you want to take on E5, if you want to play a move like A3. Knight E4 again exists, for sure, but now the queen is protecting B5, so it definitely doesn't feel as dangerous. I mean, yeah, I kind of like what Alekseenko has done, and I feel like these positions, there are so many moves on every move for white. I think it's almost frustrating somehow for Song, because Song knows that he should be doing fine and have a decent position, but there are so many useful moves that you can actually eat a lot of clock, and we can see that.
Yeah, 37 minutes, and they have only played 17 moves, so
he actually
not
played
too much time.
Yeah, he actually played a move, which is...
It will disappear on the board soon. And this is move knight to d4. I actually like that move, knight to d4. Just to make sure that you have this piece there, you want to hit on b5, next move.
Knight to d4. He played knight d4.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think this is, you know, just an interesting battle. I think there's a lot of game here, lot of game. Let's move on. Where to next? So this game on board 2, I will say, we're not going to spend much time here because it's very, very dull, and we're not in the business of boring our spectators to sleep. This is just a position which we will come back to if it gets more exciting. At the moment, just black has got no problems whatsoever. What about board 4? Spiridon against Gorshtein. This was the one with f4, right?
This is one with f4, and white actually decided to short castle instead of long castle.
Yeah,
it looks like this castle.
Yeah, I don't like what white has done, really. Queen a5 is a very interesting move here by Gorshtein. He's saying, actually, this pin is annoying. I'm going to force you to play a move you don't want to play, c3. I'm going to go c5. I'm going to force you to do all of this, and knight e8. You know what? These positions here are won so often by the stronger player. White has got no real ideas. I mean, the only idea is maybe to go g4, f5, which is very, very radical. In the meantime, knight e8 sets up the move knight d6. He wants to reposition himself. Also, bishop takes d4 check might just be a threat. g4, bishop takes d4 check. Can we play that because of this hanging knight? Takes. Got to be careful that we don't trap our queen. With bishop c3, queen c2, and now rook c1. We don't, because we've got the queen, the e4 square. Nearly...
Bishop b4, I guess it's enough.
Sorry?
Bishop b4.
Bishop b4. Bishop b4. Nice spot. Yes. So that doesn't actually work. But it's these kind of ideas that you have to be aware of. So maybe here the best move for black is just to go knight d6.
Yeah, knight d6, knight f6, just go after e4 square. You know, you have to be very careful with f5 moves. First of all, it's not working at this point. It's just hanging. But also, white's king is weaker than black's king in this kind of position. And even after f5, then what's the next move, right? So, yeah, I would be very careful here with white to push all these pawns forward. On the other hand, black has this idea to set up some nice attack on the queen side with b5 and b4, alongside with rook to c8 to just bring the pieces on the queen side and wait a little bit. I kind of like here black's position. If I would choose, I would choose black side.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Me too. Okay, well, we'll see if Gorshtein manages to manufacture something there.
We should go board 5 here.
Yeah, this was
is actually
interesting.
Very interesting.
We last saw it after this really interesting move b6. We saw takes, and black just decided to play a takes b6, pawn to a4, and bishop to a6 as thought. Now there's some real action going on down here. So that makes a lot of sense. Bishop to a3 and rook f to c8 has been played. And the bishop came to d6, trying to anchor itself there. But knight e8 kicks that bishop away. Bishop to g3, and now the queen comes to c5. Really like this move, preparing knight e5. You know what? This position here, I think, is actually terribly dangerous for white. c4 is going to drop. Black is very solid. I can, let's say, castle here as well, and after knight a5, maybe put the queen on c2 or b1. And I maybe have a check. Even that might not work. Like, even here I might just be able to take, because after takes king h8, the rook is hanging, and I'm probably threatening g6. So
actually, maybe we can just play rook d1 there. Maybe it's not so bad. And after g6, I'm going to just take that.
Yeah.
And I have bishop e5 check.
Oh, wow.
I have rook d7. I have queen g6.
That's useful.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Excuse me. So,
wow, that's a fancy way to drink the water, right? Look at Sava drinking the water. I really, really don't like when my opponent eats some snacks at the board.
yeah, it's annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, it is so. The drinks like water and coffee is just fine, but and it's like something. Some players like to bring bananas or chocolate or a different type of nuts. And
Yeah, it's very, very
so annoying.
Yeah, it's super annoying. It's true.
Especially when they're just standing behind you and they're eating there. Don't do that, guys. It's just rude, not worthy.
Indeed. Well, okay, so rook fd1, I mean, there's bishop b3. I don't buy this for white, if I'm honest. I really don't buy this for white. So I think Sava has actually got some problems to solve. Somehow I think that white should be okay. It's not like you are a pawn up. Black has got a pawn on b6, but I think in general black is just fine. We had a queen trade in this game.
All right, how that happened? Knight e2, offering the queen trade.
Yeah, queen takes, rook takes, and now the king comes to g8.
Oh, okay. The king goes all the way to f7 and g6 to annoy this pawn on h6.
Yes. This is a very dangerous position for white. White has really got nothing to work with. There's no natural moves or natural ideas.
How about knight d4?
Yeah, knight d4, bishop d7.
And knight to f5.
You can try this. I'll go king f7, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And something like g4 I would play.
Yeah, you might. I mean, white should be stable enough to hold this position. Mm-hmm. But more than that, I don't know. Like, I'll go c5. I'll put my bishop somewhere. I'll put my rook on b7 to guard this guy. This pawn is...
Yeah, but you have to win here when you're playing with black, because look at the rating difference. I think black is just fine to make a draw here. Also, this queen trade tells me that he's just fine to make a draw.
Well, no, I think white was the one who trades queens, right?
Yeah, so white is happy to make a draw.
White is happy to make a draw. He's 170 points lower rated. I think that...
score against Grandmaster is not bad, and he's also behind on time.
Of course. So I think that this is just acceptable. Okay. Well, not a very exciting game to look at, so we're going to move on swiftly.
What excites you today? Which game?
No, well, board one can get... I mean, this position here on board one can actually get very exciting. Knight d4, a3 has been played.
Oh, look at the time situation, though.
Knight d4, a3 has been played. Computer hates it. I think you have to go b3 here as white. There's just no other move. You can't corrupt the structure, and you want to stop the knight jumping, so you just go b3. And I guess what he's working out is what to do after the move c5. But the truth is you can take on e5 here. And if queen takes e5...
The pawn... Oh.
You have to go knight f3. Or knight f5, I'm not sure, maybe knight f3. Are we really dropping this pawn? Doesn't feel like it. Rook e3 or something. Rook c1. Feels like black is being incredibly greedy here. I don't buy it at all. Like, I just do not believe that this is a way to play as black. It's far too... White hasn't really done anything wrong.
Yeah, I agree with that. And even though black is fast on time, shows all these aggressive moves like a4, a3 now, still white's pieces are so well coordinated. I like white's position here as well.
Yeah, I just don't believe that this is bad for white. So I think the question in this game is Kirill going to overpress and give white some big chances? That's the way I see this position. We've seen a fair amount of positions. This position on board 8, just black is totally fine here. So it's not really a position we can spend a lot of time on. I suggest we take a look at the Ivanchuk game all the way on board 45. We have this position here.
Oh, interesting. The white just played a c5 here. Tried to block the queen side fully. But we can see that the computer dislikes it so much that it gives the question mark. Because this pawn actually creates the weakness, the backward pawn on b4 forever, and locks the position there. So I think e5 is a natural move here to play.
Yeah, I think you can go e5. I think you can go knight e4, of course. Hitting the queen, forcing queen e1. Because the b4 pawn will fall. The question is, what's the follow-up here? So it's not completely clear. Yeah, c5. Don't know about that one strategically. I think Diana may have made some kind of mistake there, as you said, to lock the pawns and give yourself this backwards pawn.
Yeah, maybe rook b1 was much better to somehow trick b5, and because you have the majority pawns on that side, so why not to play that?
Yep, I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. Well, what next? Let's see here. Okay.
So we have to just rotate between these 8 boards
we
and
only have the 8
+1.
boards.
So this is, guys, what we have so far. And we also have 10 minutes of delay. Carry on with us. Today, we do have a move on the 3rd board.
Yes.
Which is, I think, in my opinion, the most exciting game for today's round, and very likely gonna end soon. So we have Andrea Maurizzi against Thota Druva, and they have made a couple more moves where white is actually
white did play h4. Yeah, white played h4, so this is obviously just, as we said in the previous segment, just completely winning for white. Mm-hmm. Black has almost no moves. I expect black to play the move knight b6 here to try and hold off with knight d5. And now I almost certainly would expect Marc-Andrea to play king b1 to prepare g5. Mm-hmm. And
it's a fantastic position.
It's like the worst Sicilian ever for black. You're slow.
It reminds my my many games that I play with black.
It's just so bad for black. It's very difficult to stop g5 next. Impossible, actually.
Oh, by the way, have you played the Blitz yesterday? Because we had a Blitz.
No, I was too tired last night. Did you play?
No, I was after my 10 hours of flight and 5 hours of commentary. That would be crazy.
Yes.
But yeah, one of the days I'm going to play the side event, because we have tons of side events.
That's true, yes.
A lot of competitions. We're going to have more Blitz Day, and also Rapids tournament will happen. I used to play actually these side events too, and it's a lot of fun. It actually starts at 11 in the evening and finishes at around 1 or even at midnight and 1. And you're so hyped at that time. Your brain is still working perfectly fine. And yeah, I just like that about this Sunway Chess Festival. These side events are just amazing. And today in the morning, we had also cooking classes. Have you attended that?
Yeah, there you go. I didn't go. I should go, but I didn't go.
I was there last year. It was so nice.
Yeah.
Actually cook first. You learn how to cook.
Yes.
And then you degustate it. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome.
Nice. All right. What have we got going on? I was just saying on board too that Black is trying to manufacture something with pushing this a pawn, and I like what Black is doing here. Simply gaining a bit of space, asking a few questions. Does White ever want to play the move a3? You fix the structure, you give yourself potential weakness on b2. So it's just kind of annoying that this pawn is here. And in the meantime, I'm not really sure again what White is doing. Like, what is White's plan here? Not at all obvious to me, like not obvious whatsoever what we should be doing here with White.
Well, this kind of structure, you usually want to go with f3-4, but you don't have the light square bishop to start the king side. So you have to hold on that plan. Another idea to attack on the queen side with this pawns, minority pawns, b4, b5 is also locked at this point. But like I'm thinking something like bishop to e5 here, just to start to improve a little bit the bishop's position, and something like rook to b1 next move with idea to play b4 might not be so bad for White.
No, I don't think White should be doing too badly here. I just feel as though Black is just not in any danger whatsoever. Bishop e5 also. Okay, I mean, what's the best? It's not intuitive to me what Black's best move here is. Of course, I can go knight d7. It's not exactly the end of days if I just hit this bishop. You're going to go back?
On g3, perhaps.
Back to g3. Okay, and now... I don't know. I don't really know. It requires a fine touch, this position here. I don't know, but I
remember something like g6, f5 was an idea, or f6.
I just don't think you have to play like this. I think it's a bit too loose. It's really it's just unnecessary to play like this. Grandmasters tend not to play like this.
But are you saying I'm not a grandmaster?
No, I'm saying in such a situation.
It's one of the ideas here to start like that, and with the idea to play bishop d6 next, knight f6, knight e4. If you want to risk and win.
Yeah, but that's the point, right? You're actually risking to lose as well, because you weaken your king so much.
Another idea, and actually that was my favorite one, was instead of g6 to go, we need to play something like f6.
F6?
Yeah. There's a move f6.
We can't play f6 here.
No, we can't play. And to control e5 square. And then we had some sort of crazy pawn push like g5, h5.
No. That just doesn't happen in these positions. I promise you. There's no way Jing Yao is going to be thinking...
Let's say queen to somewhere, queen to e8.
Okay.
So you have to play something here, right?
Okay, let's
like
just say I play rook b1.
Yeah.
You want to go f6?
This queen is really annoying here, right?
Yeah, I don't see it happening. I really don't. It's such a positional concession to weaken these squares when you're not obligated. Yeah, not buying it really. Not buying it. Let's see. I'm very curious to see actually how a grandmaster does. A grandmaster like Jing Yao actually treats this position. I'm very, very curious what he'll go with. Okay. What else? Yeah, all the games. If we go back to board 7, should see. So rook e2 was played, rook d7. Okay, and now g4, bishop e6, and bishop e3. Okay, a6, king g2, pawn to h6, and pawn to f4. Computer obviously doesn't like that move for some reason. I don't think it looks too bad. Black is just solid here. Mm-hmm. It's very difficult to break down this black position. You would love to try and get in a move like f5 at the right moment, but I don't really see how you manage to do that. Looks very, very difficult to achieve. Looks almost impossible to achieve.
I was just thinking, like, if white can play something like b3 at some point.
b3?
Not right here. Like, let's say rook to b8, b3. Mm-hmm. With the idea to, like, just to provocate black here, to take, if you take on b3, I take back, and you have a6 now, an issue. And also like some moves like knight a4, knight c5, just to annoy, or bishop c5.
Yeah, the only issue is knight a4.
Knight a4, knight a4.
Knight a4. Yeah, I think you can play like this. Again, I just find it very difficult to believe that black is actually struggling here. I just don't think black is doing too badly. Let's see. I mean, it is very interesting. Okay, so we'll come back to that one. Mm-hmm. Let's continue with the main event. And on board 1, we did actually get a move. After knight d4, a3, b3 was played. Well done, Edward Song. And now bishop takes g4 has been played by Alekseenko, getting rid of this knight. I expect queen takes g4 here for white. And now if black kicks this knight with c5, trying to get to this pawn, white can play knight e2. And I can tell you, this position here looks very dangerous to me for black, because f4 is coming. And once you play f4...
It's actually with very serious strat, because if you just pass here with black, f4, bishop goes at f6, you take, and f5, I think you just lose the piece.
For example. Yeah, and if you look at the screen, Alekseenko doesn't look very happy.
It seems to be a little bit bothered.
Yeah, because after queen takes g4, only white can be better. Only white can have the advantage here. And actually, I think fundamentally, this position is very, very bad for black. The knight on b6 is very bad. The bishop on e5 can be targeted with f4. The knight on g6 can also be harassed with some h4, h5.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
And you've got the two bishops as white, and the position opens, it's just over. And I think Alekseenko is either starting to realize or has already realized that this position is actually just bad for black. He doesn't like his position.
No, and you're playing he doesn't like it. Yeah.
And you're playing against a guy who's good enough to beat you. Okay, you're playing against a guy now who, if he gets a decisive advantage, should be winning.
In these days, everyone is so scary to play positions like this.
I mean, I think the whole strategy by Alekseenko today has been really bad. He played something too offbeat, and I just think it just wasn't necessary.
I agree with that, actually. Shall we go to the board? Let me check. We have board 5. We do have there some updates, where Black managed to capture the pawn on c4. After castle, Black went knight a5, queen c2, knight f6, and bishop e5 has been played, and now Black has just taken the pawn on c4. So the question is, how about bishop f6 now?
Yeah, so bishop f6. So we already reach an important moment where taking is not absolutely mandatory, because you can take on d3. You have to analyze both. So if I take on d3, you take, I take. Taking here doesn't really look correct to me, but maybe it's okay. Random position, totally random. Rook d8 is probably a good move for Black. Force the queen trade and play this ending. You're a pawn down, but you can't really defend c3.
Rook c1?
Well, it has to be rook a c1 because there's a pin.
Oh yeah, no,
sorry, a fork.
Yeah, fork.
Yeah, rook a c1, and now some, I don't know, rook c5 with the idea of doubling.
Oh, how about rook a3 instead?
Yeah, but now your rook is just really passive on a3.
Yeah, I agree with that, but there is this move knight d4, which somehow holds position together. But yeah, maybe this is not enough to actually
rook d3
claim for a advantage rook c1.
Yeah. Rook c5. Knight d4, I guess.
Knight d4, king f1.
I don't know, it feels as though the black piece is just way too active here.
I was just thinking in this position if we're ready to sacrifice an exchange with rook a5 and then b6. Because this rook on d3 is kind of locked.
Yeah, I mean, it can work. It can work. That's very interesting. You want to... That's tricky. Georgian style. Rook takes a5.
I sacrifice in air.
Georgian style. Georgian blitz player style.
My favorite player used to be Petrosyan.
Okay.
I loved his games.
Yes.
I still read his book.
Yes.
The Python method. And
okay.
Yeah, I think I have a huge influence of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because when I was a little kid, first of all, he was born in Georgia.
Oh, right. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's Armenian, but born in Georgia. So I'm very proud of that. We have two world champions from Georgia, 3. And then I remember that at the chess classes, we were like more than 15, 20 kids. And when we had positions to solve, if it was Petrosyan's position, I could easily guess the move because it was always the exchange sacrifice. I realized that when I was little. And I was always the first child to guess the move. And I was getting the, this nice words from the coach. Wow, well done, you're so fast. And somehow I started to work and analyze his games more to learn the ideas, how he's doing things.
Yes.
And somehow it became my hobby to analyze his games. And I loved it, actually.
There are worse people's games to analyze, I can tell you that. He's very interesting.
Yeah, and then even after this day, when I saw this book, I said, I have to have this one. And there are a lot of ideas like that. This game, actually, board 3, maybe will end soon. Maybe this game is the one on the top boards that we're going to have to say goodbye. Yeah,
we had this exact position in our analysis. It's gone down this line. And this position is no hope for black. There are too many open lines against the king. Black's attack has not even started. And Marc-Andrea is just going to find a way to win this. It's various ways to convert this advantage. So Marc-Andrea Maurizzi is going to win. I think probably getting another break is in order.
Another break is a good time, and I hope that this game is not done. by the time we're back and
think
could
so.
still see the final of this game. But you know what? This is a time when players are taking a little bit more time. And when we're back in about 5 to 7 minutes, we're gonna have a lot of updates on the top boards. You guys don't go away, because we'll be back with more action at the Sunway Sitges Festival.
See you soon.
Coming back into the third round of Sitges Sunway Sitges Festival, we are actually having the most crucial moment of the in most of the games, where the players have to decide and make very important decisions, because soon the time will tick on the clock and they will find themselves into the time trouble. I'm Katie, this is Lawrence, and we are going to take you guys to top 8 boards in 2 days rounds. Let's start with the first one.
Yeah, we're getting to that crucial moment where there are already some players very short on time, as you said, Ketty. Some of them have only got a few minutes left to get to move 40. Let's start with board 1. And we have this very fascinating game between Song and Alekseenko. And I mentioned before the break that I didn't like what Alekseenko was doing. He's being very provocative. And the position at the moment, after 92b4, looks just, I mean, to me, it just looks like black is gambling, basically. And white has done nothing wrong this game. If white manages to achieve f4 successfully, even in this position, for example, the move f4 just looks like a move that is screaming out to be played. Why isn't white just close to doing really well? I mean, if you take on c3, I take, and in this position here, it feels as though you should have a lot of moves here as white. That's very interesting. For example, the move e5, I wouldn't be ruling out, with the idea that after d takes e5, f5 looks very strong. Finally, you kick the knight away. If the knight has to go to h8, it's just end of game. You play bishop f6 and g6, queen g5, and you are going to be checkmating black. So I just don't see what is the idea after f4? What are you supposed to do here with black?
I like this move, but I should admit that I like more to play a sneaky move like rook to d1. Waiting for you, to take the pawn on c3. If you take with the pawn, then I'm going to play f4.
Yes.
And you have to drop your d6 pawn and double the pawns. Or you are actually you're losing. Like you can play bishop d4, and I'm going to take with the rook. The pawn on d6 is hanging. There's poor coordination between the pieces. C3 pawn is not dangerous here because it's well blocked.
Correct.
I kind of like this position. If you take the pawn on c3 and get rid of with the bishop, then we can actually just take the pawn on d6. If we can show that on the board.
So what do you want to do? Sorry, take on c3.
Yeah, in this
with the
case,
bishop.
Yeah, if you take with the bishop, then I'll just take and take on d6 and look at this. Very handsome looking pawns on c5.
I mean, this position is just disgusting, right? I mean, this is just, and this is what I was saying. I felt as though Kirill was being too provocative today. He's on 2 out of 2. You're playing a decent player. You don't have to go all in here. And rook a1 has been played. This is just losing for black. I'm telling you now. This position, I'm telling you, this position is just objectively, strategically busto. White's next move is so obvious. Like what move do you actually have here as black? I don't even see a move.
Exactly.
If you try and trade queens, it doesn't help. Let's say you go queen c8. I still just go f4. Okay, you trade queens, and now, like, what do you do here? h6 you might have and just completely luck out, but even this, I mean, even this looks good for white. Although at least I get a square for my knight. Maybe I can fight here, but I'm never better as black. Okay, so what is Alekseenko going to do against rook a d1? It just looks hopeless to me. I mean, this position legitimately looks like you could resign.
Oh, wow.
Because my next move is so obvious. It's f4. Let's say you go queen c6, trying to protect the pawn. I go f4, you take, and now I play my idea from before, h4. I kick the knight, I put the bishop on f6. No human player really kind of survives these positions. Look at this knight on b6. This is what I said before. The problem with these systems, you put a knight on b6 and it gets dominated by 2 pawns. The pawn on b3, the pawn on e4. Total domination. We could have the big upset of the round, board 1. I really think that you're not going to get a better chance to beat Alekseenko.
Yeah, what he's counting on is the time. White has here 10 minutes, according what we have. Let's zoom a little bit on the video so we can make sure that White has 10 minutes because he has to make more 18 moves. Okay, we can say that these 18 moves are quite easy to make, but yeah, this confirms that White has 10 minutes for 18 moves and Black has plenty of time. That was too risky to play so fast from Alekseenko. He might regret that, but I think he's keeping poker face quite well.
Yeah.
Look at him, like nothing happened.
No, he's
upset,
you can tell he's upset here. I'm sorry. This is a position where you just know that this is just, you know, he's trying to remain cool. He's trying very hard to remain cool, but he's wearing a maple leaf t-shirt as well, which is Canada, and he's playing against an American youngster, which is quite interesting. Yeah. I don't know. Like, it just looks. I don't know what to say, Ketty. It just looks losing to me.
I would like to have this position in every game.
It just looks losing to me. It really, really does. All right. Well.
Well, I really think that if Song will spend a little bit more time on the clock, like if he drops the time to 2 minutes, that can get very tricky for him.
Not really. I mean, this is the thing. I actually don't think it gets tricky, because the moves come so naturally for white that even with 2 minutes, I think you navigate this position really, really well. And that's not me exaggerating either. I think this position is just really easily navigated as white. Your next move is f4. You've got the h4 ideas. If he takes, you take immediately. That's another 30 seconds. You could take here. That's another 30 seconds.
It's 1 minute.
It's 1 minute. It's 2 minutes. Sure, there are a lot of moves left. There are 20 moves. So he shouldn't be thinking for 8 minutes on one move. But, I mean, you know, this is just, this is catastrophe, as the French would say, for Kirill. Look at him. Look at Kirill. You can see there. You can see in the video, he is absolutely, like, he knows.
Oh, look at the body posture.
And by the way,
sitting so.
Well, let's talk about Edward Song. Maybe you could do some research, Ketty, while we got the screen. He's an American IM. I have no idea who Edward Song is.
He is born in 1999, 1st of January, at the age of 25 at this moment. I have seen him actually at this event maybe last year, but I definitely have heard his last name. And unfortunately, there are not much of information because somehow I feel like we're disconnected, US chess and the rest of the world somehow. They have a lot of events, they have a lot of grandmasters, but we're not very much aware of that.
He's wearing a Michigan hoodie, by the way. Michigan, I think that's the Michigan, the Wolverines, I think the football team is quite a famous football team. Michigan University.
Yeah, it can be.
And he's looking at Alekseenko, he's saying,
yeah,
buddy, what's going on?
So he became international master 2019.
Long time ago, okay.
Long time ago, but again, then COVID happened, right? So we had basically no tournaments for 2 years in a row. It was very crucial for people like him.
I think Alekseenko, look, he's disgusted. He's disgusted with himself. And look, he's like,
I can't believe
he can't believe his position.
How I got it there.
How did I get here? He's asking himself. And he's looking at everything. And the problem is, every move is disgusting, right? Bishop takes c3. You just take. And here, you don't even take on d6. You just play f4. You just play f4. Maybe, actually, you've got to be a little bit careful. Maybe, hold on a second here. Maybe you do just take on d6. Why are we making our life difficult? Take on d6, and if knight e5, you can put the queen anywhere. Maybe e2 or something, I don't know. Queen g3 also. Just make your life easy. It's always good to make your life less complicated.
Absolutely,
you know,
especially
Bishop-
when you have not much time on the clock.
And actually this is just the c3 pawn falls. One c3 falls, you're a pawn up, and it's really... No, okay, I'm going to call it. I don't think there is a way Alekseenko can survive this position.
Interesting information that I just found on internet about Edward Song is that he is unrated in rapid chess.
Really?
Can you believe this?
That's amazing. Yeah, no, I can believe it, of course. He just hasn't played any rapid tournaments.
How come?
I don't know. Looks like he hasn't played very much. If he was an international master in 2019, he's still a young guy, so he probably didn't play so much.
Like ever?
He's obviously still extremely talented, right?
Wow, that's something very very interesting. I'm so curious, actually. I would like to ask that question to him. How come that he is not rating in rapid?
Right, it's very interesting. Yeah, I mean it's kind of shocking, actually, right? But okay, let's move on. Let's have a look at some of the other games. So
we have a lot of updates on the other boards too. Maybe we can just go one by one.
Yeah, let's have a look here. So we're just going to join the position. This is board 2, Jing Yao Tin against Tan, and
oh no, we missed the end of the third board.
Okay, we'll come to that in a second. So what's going on in this position here? Well, black has made some progress. This is exactly the sort of thing that I was talking about, Ketty, right? He got a knight to c4, he got a rook to b5, some pressure here, the queen can come to b6, and what has white done? Well, he's got a knight to d3, okay, but nothing else. Now, it's probably the case that white is still okay, but only black can be better in this position. So we'll keep an eye on that one. We're not going to spend time here. Jing Yao just seeing if he can win. Now, you said we missed something. Wowzers. We've had a wipeout. Holy.
Oh.
Let's see what happened. The last time we saw it was after knight b6 and g5. And as you said, Ketty, this is one of the ways that white can just win. Takes. He gave the check, but now the files are open. He brought the rook in. He took on, I mean, the position really collapsed very quickly.
Oh.
Ooh, that's
beautiful. You're taking queen g8.
That's a beautiful finish. Bishop takes rook, queen g8 is mate. And if king takes, as played, queen e6, and it's going to be mate anyways after rook h1. What a beautiful, look at that.
Fantastic.
Look at that.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's a beautiful way to play, starting from the beginning. He has not made any mistake in this game.
Yeah, but
done.
black played really badly today. I mean, the whole...
He made one mistake, e5.
Yeah, he made one mistake.
Small. It was not even blunder. Then white played really, really bad. Good.
No, I think
Outplayed.
e5 is just to go back to the key point. This move here, e5, it is a blunder. It is a blunder because after knight b3, basically you just can't save this pawn. It is actually a game-losing mistake. Any other move?
I was thinking, like after knight b3, maybe just to give up the exchange. Like if we can make it on the board, e5, knight b3, and to play knight e8.
Knight e8?
Yeah.
No, but then the d5 square, right, is also like you're almost losing your queen.
Yeah.
You have to go queen b8,
b8
it's the only square. No, but this never. And now you just go f5 as white and crushing position. No, bad game. We have to call it. It's our role as. And this is the other thing. Sometimes I feel as though commentators in chess aren't as direct or honest as they should be.
I don't like. Yeah, as a player, I don't like when commentators are very direct to my games, because like when you play chess, like we have all played chess, right? You make inaccuracy and then you lose the game.
Yeah, and that's
fine.
That's totally fine. Players, of course, make inaccuracies, but when there's a game-losing blunder, That's what we have to call it. And I'm telling you, e5 is a game-losing blunder. It's a strategic mistake. It gives you a bad pawn. It blocks the bit. There's everything about this move is wrong.
But like, I wonder why this is actually not like blunder with question marks, and like why the engine is not really dropping. How black could play there?
Because after knight b3, you have to find some miracle b5, and and basically you have to kind of rely on b4 working. But it's just impossible to. I mean, f takes e5. You kind of stop here in your calculations. It just doesn't look like this works. Knight takes e5, bishop takes f6. Like here, you're 2 pawns down, right? And then after this, you have to calculate this far and think that you're okay as black. So it is a mistake. But look, I mean, we make these mistakes, but it was the right result today. And
it was a beautiful game, though.
Yeah, it was a nice game.
Nicely done by Mark. Let's move forward board 4. This game was very interesting at the beginning, and let's see what we have now.
Yeah, so we've had a bunch of maneuvering. Really don't like what white has done. I really like how Gorshtein has navigated this position. This looks horrible to me for white. You've just got too many holes in your position. The c3 pawn is backwards. The g3 square is weak. The knights are absolutely amazing on d6 and f6, looking at all these key squares. And you can start creating binds. For example, the move knight f5, threatening this check. You never want to take on f5, because after g takes f5, black now has got just a stranglehold on this position. These squares are black's. Look at this bishop on b2. Horrible piece. Yeah. And the other thing is, if you move the queen, let's say here, you can now play h4, targeting this more. You've got to be careful that you don't actually drop a pawn here, right? Actually, you might drop a pawn, so maybe there's a better move than h4. Still, it looks so dangerous, this position here. I just can't buy this position for white. You will have to get very lucky here as white to make this work. So let's see. Yeah, b4 just looks really wrong to me. It's not a move I would consider in this position. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one, but that looks very, very bad. Your countryman, Shamatava. We've got a rook ending here, which I think is an ending where only black can be better, because the king is able to walk into the white position. This actually looks very, very bad for white. Like if you gave me this position just straight away as white, I would be petrified. I would just be like, I could lose this position so easily with white. The king can just sit on f4. You have to go passive to defend f3. Black has got all these breaks, a5 and c5. There's no way that you defend this against a really, really strong grandmaster.
How about I take the pawn on c4? Because black also has some holes, right? So
let's just say I go king e5. I'm just curious.
You go king there.
You want to get your rook active, maybe?
Yeah, but thinking which one? Because if I play rook d2, there might be something like a5 there.
If you go rook b d2, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's true.
So I might just choose to go another rook. Just a second. I go rook h to d2, let's say.
Rook h d2? Mm-hmm. Okay, let's say I go here.
And then I just play rook to b3 first.
Rook to b3?
Yeah.
Okay, I should probably cover the 7th.
Then I'm gonna get my king on c5. I will not even think twice of that for that.
Even a5 rook d7. It's not straightforward. Yeah, it's not straightforward. Also, there's some a4 idea actually, if I'm not careful. King takes c4. What if I go a5 straight away? Is there any rush for me to go king e5? What if I do this immediately?
I'll play rook d2 anyway.
Rook hd2. And I'll take, and you're going to take with the rook, right?
I can take with the rook, yeah, but also like this rook to be on b3 to guard the pawn.
If you take with the pawn, I'm just worried that there's some c5.
Okay, let's try take with the rook.
Take with the rook?
Take with the rook.
Yeah, I think this is a good decision. Yeah, I think one pair of rooks less, and I think you've got really good chances here as white.
Yeah. So I have this open d file. If the rooks are off the board, then the king c5 would do the job.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if this was actually just holding for white, but I would still be very, very scared because black's entry is just so obvious into the position. I still think Grandmaster Velten will cause Shamatava some problems here. But let's see. We keep an eye on it. Should we go back to board one? I think we have to kind of go
and check it out what happened.
Yeah, so rook a d1.
Oh, black is thinking.
Still thinking. Okay, I think this is where he's on 51 minutes.
Maybe this time is not correct because I earlier hit 48 minutes. Let's zoom on the clock. He has 31 minutes. So he spent 10 minutes.
No, he spent over 20 minutes on this move. That's the point. He spent over 20 minutes. Kind of crazy. I say crazy. It's nothing really crazy about it, is it?
Yeah, rook d1 is very, very strong move.
I just don't see. I just don't see a move here. 10 minutes for Edward Song plus 30 seconds per move, and he's able to think now during Alekseenko's time. How is Alekseenko going to make this as difficult as possible for Song? That's the question. How do you do it? How do you make this difficult?
Tough question, yeah?
Yeah, really tough. And he's trying to manufacture some ideas. He's trying to think what he can do.
How about something like queen to c6?
Queen to c6. I think we've looked at this. f4.
Bishop to c3.
Yeah, takes, and now h4. I really love. Threatening h5. I mean, the position.
The knight is just stuck.
The position just looks totally gross. A really, really.
Something like rook to e8, I guess.
Rook to fe8.
Yes.
h5.
And knight goes on f8.
Bishop f6. End of game. You can go g6, but in the worst case, I'm recapturing this pawn. And in the best case, I just go queen g5 and mate you very quickly. As I say, I don't see a way for black to make things complicated. And that's what Alekseenko needs to find desperately. He needs to find a complicated route here.
Yeah, because that's going to be so good for him as the opponent has 10 minutes in this position. Still 18 more moves to go. But it's so hard to find any complications here. White's plan is straightforward. Several more moves. It's just there. f4, taking the bishop, taking the pawn. h4 is also there.
Yeah, h4.
He's quite distracted, yeah?
I think he's just very upset because there was just no need to do all of this.
Let's zoom on him. Let's see. Oh wow, he's really distracted.
He's not. Yeah, let's have a look. Let's see if.
Ivanchuk is there. Whenever something happens, he's there.
Of course, Chucky
checking
is there.
out.
Of course, Chucky is there. Of course. Of course, Chucky is there. No, this is. This is just. Very, very, very bad. There's nothing more He's going to need a lot of help to survive this one today.
help from the opponent to play the bad moves.
Chuck is looking, he's like, okay.
Something went wrong.
Okay.
So you know Russian?
No, I don't know.
No,
I don't know any Russian, but I don't even know if is his mother tongue Russian or is it Ukrainian?
Ukrainian.
Ukrainian.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. So, but he will be saying, "Okay, now I have a chance to win this tournament because he started with a point less." I'm assuming he won today. Let's just have a look at his
I
game.
think he's still playing. He's
probably still playing if he's walking around the hall.
Because when you finish the game, usually you are you're requested to leave the playing venue, right? You can just still there and hang out. Yeah, there's his game.
Okay, what happened in Ivanchuk? Yeah. Very bad position for your countrywoman, Diana Lomaya. Diana Lomaya. Sounds Italian. Diana Lomaya. Yeah, it's disgusting for white. You've got a disgusting knight on E1.
Oh my god.
Your king is weak. You've got weaknesses here and here. Black's got an awesome...
Okay, let me defend here. Let me do defense.
You want to defend?
Italian-Georgian player here. Like, what's your next move?
Me as black?
How you're going to break down the white's position?
Good question. It's not totally straightforward what my next move is. Of course, I can always just take on f3. So let's say you went h5 and I take on f3.
Why should I go to h5?
Well, I'm just trying to find a passing move. I'm trying to...
just pass something. Yeah, rook.
Yeah, okay. I take on f3. And
back with the knight. Yeah.
And now I go knight g4 and... How do you defend this pawn?
Rook e2, rook
e1. I can kind of double. You come behind. And it feels as though this is just so close to losing. Rook e4, I guess, is the move.
Yeah. Maybe queen d3.
Yeah, but you're just kind of treading water here. You're not actually you're doing very much. It feels as though we're very close to a knockout here. Very, very close. I would just play g6 here as black. Improve. Maybe go king g7, put the other pawn on h5 and just let you suffer until I find a breakthrough. Yeah, it just feels...
Yeah, not an easy
game
indeed. Shall we go to the other boards too? Another game has been finished.
Okay.
And
we had a draw here.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Right in this position, by the way.
Oh, they agreed draw?
Yeah, they agreed to draw, I think. Was it here? No, it can't be here. No, sorry, there was a load of moves. We got an opposite colour bishop position. And then there was a repetition. Okay, I think that's fair. White was, maybe a little bit better, but both players, I think, played a reasonable game.
The next board is quite interesting. Alisher against Christoph. Let's take a look at that.
Okay, so this position has... Black was very comfortable. And black has allowed white to get coordinated and active. b5 now by white. Well, feels still decent-ish for black somehow, but I wouldn't be totally... I mean, I think you have to go bishop d5 here. I think this is the only move. And the idea for black is to maybe trade a pair of rooks. And...
yeah, how about rook c1 to stop that happening?
Makes a lot of sense. Do I now have to play something like knight b6? It's a bit passive, but again, it feels as though black should be fine. Does the move f5 is a bit too loose?
Yeah, maybe knight b6 would idea to trade the rooks.
Exactly. Also, there's a lot of ways you can trade. I can't believe that black is in trouble, and he's still 200 points higher than his opponent, so you would think that black has got things kind of under control. We have had some moves in board one. This is game of the day for sure. We had queen c6, and f4 was played by Song after about a 2-minute think. Okay, so f4. Well, what's going on here then? So, again, it feels like black has almost got no moves. So is he going to try some h6 here or something? Even that doesn't work. h6, you can even just take and take and then go knight g3. Also looks just horrific. I feel like that's what he's going to have to do, though. I don't think... Basically, I don't think you can take on c3 here, because I think after takes e5 is just so obvious for white.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I agree with that.
And d takes e5, f5.
Also, I love that.
It's just so clean. There's also some bishop e4. I mean, this is really catastrophic. I mean, this is really bad. I think he's going to try f6.
Mm-hmm.
The point being that after takes... But after takes, you can take on d6.
How about you play queen e6 and rook d6? Try to win a piece?
It just wins a piece. That's it. That's just a piece. No, this is just a catastrophe. f4. No moves.
And look at his time. He's dropping down to 24 minutes.
Yeah, but he could have 2 hours. It doesn't really make a difference. Yeah. Because with 30 seconds per move here, you can't really go wrong. The only thing is it is 17 moves. If it was like 7 moves, I would say that white is a 70 to 85% favorite. With 17 moves, there's still a lot of moves.
Look at this situation.
No, it's incredible,
looking in
really.
the eyes. Ivanchuk just walking there.
It's quite
Don't want to
incredible.
miss any action. Wow, things went really bad for Alekseenko here, but he was pushing so much this pawn on the queen side. Lost so many tempi with the knight moving around.
It's quite incredible.
Do you think he underestimated his opponent?
Yes. I think he thought, well, I'm playing some 2360. I'm not really happy with the draw, so I'm going to try and get a random position. I'm going to play some really dubious moves, and now he's just in a position which, honestly, anybody over the rating of 2350 is a big favorite here as white. Has to be.
Yeah, if it's a blitz game or rapid game, you might try your best. But with the classical time control, which means that both players get half a minute on the clock for one move, that's actually not much of issue in this kind of positions.
That is right. So, of course, we're going to keep an eye on that. Board 2, we're seeing some, black slowly but surely trying to make something work. Still feel as though white is solid enough here to probably hold, but nothing more than that. So we're going to just keep an eye on that one.
Board 6, we have some updates in the end game.
Board 6. Your guy. So it went... Oh, wait. So what happened here? King e6, he went a4 immediately and took. And king e5, apparently a mistake because of rook b3. Great move. King f4, rook b2. Rook d7, king c5. The king came back. Yeah.
I can take the pawn on c6.
You're getting mated. That's...
Oh, look at that.
That's actually
Checkmate into.
That's very pretty. So he went here. Now, the king has gone f4 back to e5. Definitely feels as though white has done well in this endgame. But it's not... Like, getting complete clarity here is not easy. I still feel like this is a 3 results game, somehow. Both players have more than enough time, 20 minutes on the clock. So this is...
Yeah, I feel the opposite, to be honest, because if you risk too much here with one of the pieces, you will be checkmated, like we saw that. So white can't risk to take the pawn on c6. And black will not risk to complicate the things because at this point there's not even any weakness in white's position, right? We might have a draw here in next moves. Like I don't really see the way how black is improving. If you play a5, I go b5 somewhere.
Yeah. Let's see. A draw should be the right result, but I think it's still very unclear. The game between Saba Vetokhin and Mabina Alinasab has also gotten quite far. We got pretty much the line that we thought, by the way. We saw takes, and takes on d7. Rook d8, queen b5. We actually looked at this line where black is a pawn down but has got fantastic compensation down the c file. Rook a3, knight c4, rook a6, knight d2. Very clever decision here by Mobina to eliminate a pair of knights, or at least threaten it. Rook c1, and now actually knight b3 is very clever. White has got some back rank issues, so he went rook e1, rook d6. Yeah, this is just a draw because you can't prevent rook takes c3 on the next move. Even if you try something tricky with like rook a3, I can take, and yes, we are pinned after knight d4, but here we can take, and very importantly, we've got the move knight e2 check, exploiting that back rank weakness, and then rook d1 would end the game. That's the importance of the back rank check. So if you got this far, probably white would play g3 or h4 or h3, maybe h3. And in this position here, you can just defend your rook. Probably this way is the most natural way, because you keep this rook to defend b6. And it's just a very, very equal position. Kind of seen all the relevant games. My suggestion is we go for one last break. There's about 30 to 40 minutes until the time control. So if we take a 5 to 10 minute break, we should see, especially the remainder of board 1, that this is a critical board for the round. Edward Song with objectively a winning position against top seed Kirill Alekseenko. Alekseenko deep in the tank. Is Song going to be able to convert his advantage? That's the question. We're going to be back in just a few minutes with the finale of that game before the time control. Don't go anywhere.
everyone.
Welcome back.
Welcome. This is the third round of Sunway Sitges Chess Festival, and we are reaching the most crucial moment when the players have the time scramble on the clock. Lawrence, what is the game you want to take a look at first?
Well, we've got to go back to board one because it looked as though Edward Song had everything under control, but I think what Alekseenko done has been brilliant. In a very difficult position, Alekseenko found the move Queen C6 here, which, well, the move F4 is the most natural move in the position. He's been angling for this for ages. Takes, and now he played the move E5, which the computer gives, you can see the exclamation mark. I think in this position, however, the move H4 immediately would have posed more problems with H5 imminent. E5 should still be good though, but now Alekseenko plays a very good move, Rook E8, and now the move H4.
Hold on a minute. Was he going to take the give up the queen? Oh, is that blunder?
Well, it says blunder because basically I think black is now, from being in an objectively very difficult position, he's now okay. Because after H4, D takes E5, which I believe is the game, white can go F5, hitting the knight, but the knight can now slide into F4. And Alekseenko has to play knight F4 here. There is no other move. The move knight E7 will run into some F6 at the right moment. Rook takes E5 is on tap, so you just don't do this. You play the move knight F4. And now the knight has actually legitimately got a square. Now we don't mind if, of course, if white takes this knight on F4, we're going to take, and the position is just fine. So we can't do that. So after F5, knight F4, I think what Song wants to do is play bishop E4. I'm pretty sure this is his idea. Now the queen cannot stay on the 6th. So you've got to be careful. Like, if you're very careless here and play a move like Queen C7, well, Queen C7 might be the only move, actually. Queen C7. This does look like mate, though, after bishop F6. This does look like mate. But after G6, is there actually checkmate? That's the question. It's so close. Like, Queen G5, Knight H5, and we're just holding on by a thread here. Knight D7, I thought, Knight D7 even is possible, because it looks as though you can give up the exchange and go Queen H6, but Knight H5 at the end of everything again seems to hold things together.
Exactly, and now the time situation is quite tricky, right? For white.
And now the time situation is actually tricky. So white has got 2 minutes 52 seconds for 13 moves. Plus 30 seconds a move. But after knight F4, I do not see a clean way now for white. Now, Alekseenko taking a big breath there. He has to just see this idea that G6, Knight H5 exists. If he sees that, I'm actually starting to get a bit more ambitious about his position, because he can still win this game. If white's attack doesn't work, he's going to have some chances.
Yeah, I think this is the best chance he had in this game so far. Earlier we saw him quite tense, looked not so confident, but now he needs to focus because for sure he saw the better move, and when your opponent is not playing that better move, somehow you have a hope.
100%.
Have you ever tried to trick your opponent, or poker face when you see a good move? You want to trick your opponent?
I don't think I'm very good with a poker face. Actually, no, I'm not really. Maybe when I was younger, but not nowadays. Okay, he does go knight F4. Of course he does. This is the only move. So knight F4 is on the board. Good move. Now, let's see how long Song takes in this position here. I think he's going to play bishop E4 really quickly. played. Played in about 30 seconds. 20 seconds, actually. So bishop e4. And now black, I think, just has to play queen c7. No other move here really makes sense. It still looks dangerous, of course, because of this bishop f6 idea, but queen c7 really is the only move. So is there another move here apart from... maybe g3 is what is bothering Alekseenko. Hold on, the move g3.
How about h5 here?
But h5 I just... h5 and you want to go knight h3 check. That's actually very clever. So you want to go check and you want to take now, but... This just looks losing for black.
You're dropping the pawn on h5.
Right? This is just...
Unless there is one last move.
You have to go g6.
G6 is the move, yeah.
Yeah, and it looks so dangerous, this position. This position looks like g4 and... From afar, this just looks like resigns to me.
I love this position for white. Look at this pawns.
This looks like resigns to me. I mean, it looks really, truly bad. Wowzers. So g3 is in the air as well. Now, let's see. Alekseenko has got under 9 minutes. Is Alekseenko suddenly going to be in time trouble? I think he might be, you know. I think this could end up being a catastrophe.
I'm thinking, how about after queen to c7 to play something like h5? Just stop g6 happening.
h5. h5, but then f6? I don't like h5. No, we can't play h5. It's too, it's not flexible. No, he's going to go g3. He's going to go g3. He's going to go g3 here. And that's what Alekseenko is looking at. He sees this line with g3. It's all forced, because if you go... I mean, if you go h5, that line... Now, if you go f6 here, and I take, and I take... This also just looks strategically busto, but maybe after c4, maybe, just maybe, you've got enough play on the queen side to keep things together. That's what Alekseenko is banking on here. I promise you that's what he's trying to do. Okay, 7 minutes 42. We are just going to stay with this game. Very quickly, looking at the other boards, nothing major to report. It looks like Mabina Alinasab has actually made a mistake against Vetokhin. Looks like Vetokhin has actually got a good position there. In the other games, though, it all looks rather level. Looks as though we're going to get a bunch of draws on the top boards today. So we have to stay with this game.
Let's stay here, not to miss any action. Getting really, really double-sided, this position. Queen is still hanging. Alekseenko, 7 minutes on the clock. He has to make the move. He's not happy probably with the queen to c7 yet. He's still considering some other
he
moves.
sees queen to c7, g3. This is the point. And he has to find f6 there. You can't play this h5, knight h3 check line. You just cannot play like this. Edwardson, deep in thought. This, I don't know if he's ever beaten somebody rated 26-77. I would guess that this would be his career high victory. Okay, move has been played. And I guess it's queen c7. So let's see the move pop up. There it is, queen c7. Now I expect Song to play the move g3 within 20 seconds. If he plays bishop f6, I'll be surprised, because I think you see g6 and then knight h5. You see that. You see that as a defensive resource. And then you see g3, and then you say, okay, if f6 I take...
Alekseenko just left the board, so it's 7 minutes on the clock.
With 7 minutes, yeah, maybe he needs a quick toilet break.
Maybe some water. Tea.
Maybe he just doesn't want to show his emotions as well, because he's so upset with how things are going. I would be very, very upset here as well. Yeah, this is just really, really disgusting. This is as bad as it gets, guys, as a top seed. Okay, now we've got under 2 minutes for Song. I think you just play G3 here. I really do. He's going to play G3. He played what? No.
Bishop H6.
No.
F6, yeah? We can play F6.
No, this is a horrible move. Oh my goodness. What a relief for Alekseenko. Bishop H6. You can see that he's really happy to see this move. That's a big mistake. Because now after F6, the problem you've got as white is black is just covering everything.
Wait a moment. This actually might be smart. After G3, you don't have H5, right?
No, but you have knight H5. Or you have king H8. What something. There's a whole bunch of moves here. No, this is...
Alekseenko can't believe himself.
Yeah,
Look
no,
at him.
This is a really lucky break for Alekseenko. I mean, you have to go F6. There is no other move here. G6, I think, is just giving up the exchange. So you go F6. Yeah, just play it. Plays it, of course. Now Song has got 2 minutes. This was a real unfortunate mistake. Now Alekseenko, big favorite. And just like that, in a game of chess, one bad move, one big mistake in a critical position,
and that's it. Yeah.
Things can turn around so quickly.
Do you think the time was a factor of that?
No. I think pure nerves. And just not being able to see calculate clearly. Now I actually think Song, he will make move 40, but he'll be losing by move 40. That's my prediction. King H8 exists here. I mean, look at the body language change of Alekseenko. I mean, he's so much more comfortable now.
Shall we, like after King to H8, shall we play still
something like... let's see what he say. He does go G3.
Yeah.
And now I expect King H8. This is the move. This is the move you play as a top GM. It's so simple because now if you take on G7, I take. If there's a big trade, take. This kind of transition is just unbelievable. You're actually a pawn up and there's no danger. And if you take on F4 after G takes H6, there's Rook G8. And this bishop is ridiculous here. There's EF4.
Shall we do something like Rook to C1?
Where?
Instead of G3.
He's played G3.
Oh, he played already?
Yeah, he played it.
Oh, sorry. No, he's not.
No, he didn't?
No.
Okay.
It's his move. 20 seconds. So point being that after Rook C1, if you play King H8, I can take this knight and take the pawn on C3.
Yeah, but now now there's a pin. Doesn't work, like knight D5, and it's just totally over.
Oh, he made a move on a second, the move he played was Rook to where? Queen to
Queen
G3.
G3? No.
Oh, he's going after a C3 pawn.
Yeah, but...
That's a practical. If you see that G3 is not working, you want to take the knight and take the pawn on C3. It's quite a practical move to make it on 3 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, but it's just not the way... It's not... He's completely lost control of this position. It's spiraled out of control. And Alekseenko now with 6 minutes... He has to find a few accurate moves here. No, bless you. He has to find a few accurate moves here, but I do believe he's going to do that. I believe he's going to find a few accurate moves.
No, it's not must to play King H8 anymore.
No, he doesn't have to play King H8.
So he has to look for something.
I like C4. This is just very thematic. C4. Try and create another passed pawn.
What happens after Queen to C3?
No, you lose your bishop.
Oh, it takes
so
first.
You have to take first. Now, I think most humans take. There is a possibility that this move is very strong, although I think there's 0 chance of that being played. So he will take. queen takes c3, and now a move like rook e5. White has still got some chances to hold here, but probably not. This already looks... The king is weak, there's a check. No. No, this is very bad. So I expect the move c4. There are other moves in this position. You can go c2. You can just give this pawn up.
Okay, if I take it.
He will take, no question about it. And now play like knight b2, d5. It's a bit obscure, but the knights are actually now nicely helping each other. Your next move as black is to go king h8. Then there'll be a trade and you'll be able to keep a knight on f4 and all the dark square control. Yeah, this has suddenly gone for me from being losing for black to I would expect black to win this 9 times out of 10 within this current dynamic.
Yeah, I also see now Alekseenko heavily favorite on clock, and also just a situation you knew you had such a big advantage and you just missed it.
Just crazy.
Yeah, look at Alekseenko. Wow, he's showing a lot of emotions today in this game.
It's been a nervous game, and it's been a bad game. Now, what did he do? He played maybe he just went rook e7, something uber solid. Rook e7 is also a good move if you play. Yeah, rook e7 is fine. This move is just fine. It's been given a mistake, but it's not a mistake.
So basically, he's ready to double the pawns on e-file if you take the knight on f4.
Yeah, so his idea is that after takes, you can double now on the e-file. This pin is very awkward. In fact, I don't even really see a way to... You have to go like queen f3.
They're playing fast. So bishop f4 happened. Queen takes on c3 happened.
Yeah, and now he's going to go rook f8. 100%. There's just no other move. And so Song has now got a minute again, but the position has stabilized for black. And big favorite now is Alekseenko. How long's left? 7 moves? Okay. 7 moves.
8 moves. Look at that situation in the playing venue. All eyes on that board.
Incredible. Just very quickly, while we are waiting for that, we're not going to change the view. Jing Yao is still trying. Gorshtein has found a way through against Naoum. That was kind of to be expected. Shamatava holding. There was already a draw in Karimov. Christoph and Figueras Ilamparthi has been a draw as well. Let's see how these guys get to move 40 here. I'm very curious as to what's going to happen. Very curious. Okay, Song now, he played something. He played a move. What did he play?
That was bishop to f3.
Yeah, he played bishop f3. Now, I think Alekseenko almost always plays either rook e5 or rook e3.
I love rook e3.
Rook e3 looks like the move, right? Putting another question. Now, after takes, how do you take back?
I would take with a pawn to create a pass pawn.
And after rook e1, queen g3.
Yeah, looks pretty nice.
But then you can take.
But we might have something else here in this position as well.
What about taking with the rook?
Yeah.
Queen c1 or something like this, attacking this pawn. And the game continues. Look, white is also stable. This knight is still bad. Maybe.
Let's check with a pawn. Let's check with a pawn.
You want to take with
And after rook e1, we have another option to play something like queen to e5.
Queen to e5? But I'm not sure this ending is good for black. Like takes.
It's okay, I can take.
And now king f1.
I can go c4.
Yes. And what's going on here? Like, this feels like could be some sort of draw after rook c1. I'm going to put the king on e2, the rook on c3. A lot of rook endings are drawn here, right? Just to illustrate, like something like this. Maybe I'll take with the pawn, like this is just a draw. You probably even go rook c3 here. These.
Can you go for h-pawn?
Yeah, got to be a little bit careful. I mean, you do have to be careful here. Okay, let's see. Bishop f3, rook f3 played, and queen a5. This is a much better move, of course. You keep the queen active. Still some issues here for black. 1 minute 56 now for Alekseenko. 6 moves left still to play. Very, very dangerous.
Yeah, time time is now equal. Wow, this game has it all, right? All the dramas.
I mean, incredible.
All the dramas.
Just incredible.
Let's focus on the video because we can see the real time, and we can see also the players.
Okay, yeah.
closer.
Let's see the big video, the big screen. Here we go.
There we go.
So we can't see the clock. Okay, so Alekseenko, I think, down 1 minute. What's he gonna do here?
Oh, look at these hands. Both
Very
of them are
tense.
shaky, looking at each other.
G6.
Oh, that's an unexpected move.
G6, trying to create some luft. Think it's okay, this move.
Wow. This is the least move I would actually play because I'm scared to weaken my king.
But you are giving it some luft on G7. It's not really that weak. So, also Alekseenko wants to keep the tension here. 52 seconds for Song. How is he going to deal with this? He goes
Ignores
rook.
that and plays rook to f1.
I think this is a very clever move. I think this is a very, very good move.
Allowing black to take the pawn on f5 to have the triple pawns, and then you can just move the bishop away, bishop h5 perhaps, and start to hit the pawns on f-file.
I think you actually just take on a3.
It's also a possibility.
These guys are not going anywhere. I really love rook f1. I think that's an excellent move from Song. And Alekseenko back to being nervous. Because now actually you can't stop the a3 pawn from being taken. Because a8 is covered very importantly. And white is very stable on the king side. Alekseenko hated that move. He really hated that move. 43 seconds, Alekseenko.
Oh wow, look, again.
Nervous. He goes king g7. Okay, he finds
it was so unnecessary to play g6 honestly.
Now he's going to take on a3 now. There's no other move here for white. You have to take this pawn. Because you then have an outside passer and you have an asset.
Yeah, we can also play rook c1 first and then take.
Rook c1 is a move. Rook c1 actually is a move. I mean, how tense.
Oh my goodness.
How tense is this? This is crazy tense. This is just crazy tense. Wow.
So it's a play of nerves now at this point.
Yep, it's all about nerves. This is the worst part of playing chess. If you suffer from nerves, the time pressure, you've got to make 5 moves. He does play your move, Ketty. I don't mind this move at all. I think it's very logical. And I think he's going to go like rook 8 e5 or something like this.
Look at his face.
But yeah, he's not happy. He's not happy.
Has to make his decision. Less than a minute for Alekseenko, also on the clock. What a game. What a fight they put on the board.
43 seconds, Alekseenko.
Oh no, he's biting the nails.
Yeah, that's how nervous he is. Because the position still looks really bad for him. I thought he was getting out of it, but Song has just played brilliantly the past 5 moves.
Yeah, I love how he played this.
Bishop f3, rook f1, rook c1. This is all class. Top class play. Yeah, he does go rook 8 e5, of course. This is the human move. Now Song just has to take the pawn on a3. You just take this pawn. Think about things afterwards. There is a c4 move that he's looking at. He's like, is this move annoying? But you know what?
I can take. Oh no, I can't take it.
No, you can't take it.
But also you pin yourself.
Well, sorry, he takes.
He takes.
No, he takes there first. Yeah, because he didn't want to allow rook takes f5.
Yeah.
So he takes there first.
Takes it back, and now you can take it.
Yeah, he takes on g6, and now he's going to go queen takes a3. There's just no question.
No other moves too.
Yeah, you got 40 seconds. You just c4 is a threat anyway, so you just take on a3, which he does.
Here he goes.
And c4 anyways.
C4.
Yeah, this is of course the move you play. This is of course.
Yeah, he wants to play c3 and now
correct.
Pawn on third rank.
But now you play queen b4 as white. This is very, very logical and very human.
And if you play c3, then you lose the pawn on f4,
correct.
right?
You play queen b4 because the knight can't come to d4. No, queen b4 is an insta move played. You keep control over c5. Alekseenko hated seeing that move. Absolutely hated seeing that move. 1 minute 22 now, and a really critical moment. Hated that move. This is a very unpleasant position for black. You can't take on b3. If you play c3, f4 is hanging. You can't go knight d5.
You have to play c3, I guess.
I
just
think
to keep the pawn alive.
You have to keep one asset, but it looks like it's a weak pawn. c3, queen takes f4, and then you just start rolling with your queenside pawns. Brutal moment, because it's move 39. If this was move 41, it would be a different story. 42 seconds.
They can just walk away and have a fresher to relax a bit out of this stress. It's an important decision for Alekseenko to make. 30 seconds, and he overtook the time on the clock.
But it's just such a disgusting moment. If you're black here, you're just like, how am I still in this position? I thought the guy played bishop h6, and I was feeling confident again. 15 seconds. Alekseenko.
13, and queen goes on a7.
Yeah, this is another actually pretty human-looking move, because he wants to line up things here. I actually really like this move. I actually really, really like this move. Good move.
I would play king to h1 or h2.
Probably, but he's like, this is the other thing. He goes king to h1, and now he's starting to see ghosts, because this h4 pawn is weak. Yeah. He's starting to see if
something on the h1. Can he take on b4?
Do you know what he's going to play?
B takes c4.
No, he's not going to play b takes c4. There is no way on earth you play this move.
Why not?
I think. Because the
point being that after knight c4 you can move the king away.
Yeah, but there are, like, you can just tell.
Oh yeah.
You can just tell that something's going to go very wrong. I mean, he might blunder this. It's move 40, right? 10 seconds.
Oh.
Alekseenko praying.
Did he play the move?
I think
what
he
is
played
it?
king h1.
Let's go full screen, please. He's running away.
He played, the king looks like it's in the corner to me.
Oh, God.
Yeah, great move.
King where, h1?
King h1, fantastic move. With little time, great move. And now we have just the most monumental fight And Alekseenko only has 22 seconds, so he has to find a decent move here as well.
He also has 19 seconds. He has to make a move to you. Oh my god, what a tense.
Rook e8, yeah.
Rook e8.
This
He's
move
going
makes,
for rook to h8.
Yeah, this move makes a lot of sense as well. What a game. We basically have a 3 results game here still, because the white king is not super safe. What I like though now for white is that you can take on c4, and if black ever goes rook h8, you can always go c5. You can actually give up this pawn because the diagonal is blocked, and this looks very bad for black. No, the white can still win this. Wowzers. Okay, that is.
Let's do a quick look around to see the results. We have the result on the board 4. We can see that black actually converted the advantage.
I said that I didn't like b4. He did go knight f5. He brought the queen over. He now targeted a very loose pawn. Okay, g3. White was trying to stabilize. Black maneuvered around. Okay, a lot of...
Oh, what is that?
Look at this for a move. Knight takes d4. It says it's a question mark, but after queen takes b4, black is claiming that he's hitting 2 pieces. But king e2
that's a blunder. But what to play?
He missed knight b3. This is beautiful.
If you take then bishop g6 check and you lose the queen.
What a beautiful resource.
Oh, wow.
He missed knight b3.
Well, this is not a time pressure, right? No, it can be time pressure. You could have time pressure here. White had 1 minute in the end of the game.
Brutal miss. Yeah, and after king e2, now you just give the piece back with... And now the position collapses, queen d4 and knight d7, and black just was very tidy, brought his pieces in.
Nice game.
Big let off.
Nice game.
Big let off for... So Gorshtein is on 3 out of 3. Gorshtein is on 3 out of 3. Now, Vetokhin is white here against Mobina. What happened here? It looked as though Mobina was holding. Wow, and she got discoordinated with her rooks, and now the white rooks caused all kinds of chaos, and that's it. Move 40. This is the position. Looks losing for black. Double rook endings are always tricky. That is true. I mean, you can't ever rule out a draw or some drawing chances, I should say. But in general, I would say that, this kind of position with 2 connected passed pawns is just not going to hold, basically. This just doesn't hold.
Black needs to set up some kind of mating net, which is... The king is just too far, and it's cut it. On the other side of the board. If the king is on the king side, like somewhere on g6, f5, g4, then we are talking. But now it is so difficult to get this king the other side, and white is just pushing the pawns.
Well, you've got to be careful because you've got to defend g5.
I guess rook g7, rook h to g7 would open the road for h5 as well, and you also guard the g5.
You can't push them so easily here. But look, white is he's a young GM, but he's a GM nonetheless. I fully expect white to win this. I think what white's going to do is he's actually going to try and pick up this pawn. That's the way to play this position. Simple chess, rook hf7. Pick up the other pawn. Now this is over. You can't survive here. Mobina must lose this position. Okay, so we're going to get a loss there. Your countryman, Shamatava. We had this wild ending. Holy moly.
He captured the pawn.
Look at this. Only white can win now, in my opinion, with such an advanced king.
Wow.
Super tough position. The big question that black has to ask himself is, do I want to trade 1 pair of rooks ever? And I guess the answer is always no.
No. It's better to keep when you're the defender side. I think 2 rooks are so tricky.
So tough here.
Yeah. If you trade one pair of rook, the king is so close to the pawn. Together with the rook, it will be difficult to stop the a-pawn.
Yeah, this looks very, very difficult. I mean, I still think that white has got chances here, basically. Unless you go check, hold on, check, takes, and takes. Hold on. Wait, that's quite straightforward. What are we talking about here? Check. You have to go... because king b5, rook b7, king is a similar thing, right? If you go here... So, but no, this is even worse.
Yeah.
Because it's a check, and I now queen with check. I get there. So you can't even do that.
Ah, hold on. Can you do a draw here? No, I can't.
No, this is the thing. Takes, takes, and takes. And this position here, rook a3 is the only move. If you take, I make a queen. Yeah. And if you go rook a3, now I'm threatening king a6, king takes e5. And the rook is perfect on a3 because it controls f3. Maybe white still has got some chances, but you can cut the king. So something like this, you keep the king cut. How is this position here? Super tough. Super, super tough. No idea. No idea. Feels as though only white can win. So we'll see. Maybe Nicolosi finds a way. Of course, we've still got board one, which is such a... This is what I'm going to suggest. I'm suggesting another break because we're at move 40. Mm-hmm. We've got a long way to go, potentially with especially board one, which is our game of the day. And they've both got an additional half an hour. So let's take a break. Let's catch our breath. And then we'll be back for the last segment of today's broadcast. So don't go anywhere. Big, big stuff going on. Is Edward Song going to pull off the biggest upset of the round? Soon find out.
Coming back to the final part of the round 3 of Sunway Sitges Festival. Katie and Lawrence in the studio today. We had a long day, but what a beautiful fight these two players put up on the board. The game is still on, and we do have some changes at this point.
Yeah, we have some more moves, and this is the position as we see it. And for the first time in a long time, Song is now with a big advantage on the clock. He's also got an advantage on the board. He's managed to run this c-pawn down the board. Obviously, if he gets it one more square, he's going to cut the queen off and potentially threaten some mates. If he takes on f3 here, Alekseenko, after g takes f3, rook takes f3 is also interesting, but I think you take with the g pawn. Very importantly, you're attacking this pawn here, so after a move like rook h8, you can play queen takes f4. And there is g.
Ivanchuk just finished the game right now. Ivanchuk, you can see that on the board. Perhaps he won his game.
Let's see. Ivanchuk did win. Yes, he won. He won against Diana. He found a way through.
And perhaps he's going to Alekseenko's game to check it out, what is happening there.
Yeah.
Very tense battle. Is it possible to do rook to h8 straightforward without capturing the bishop, or does not change too much?
Rook to h8, but then queen takes f4 anyway, right?
Yeah, queen takes f4, and I was just thinking, is that g5
g5
there?
here. This is a crazy resource. It's actually brilliant, right? It might just win because of this long diagonal here. So I don't know. This is an insane resource. Queen somewhere, we give check, and it's just over, right?
Beautiful.
And that's beautiful.
Love it.
I mean, that's
Look
so
at these
beautiful.
two rooks, the queen. Oh my goodness, it's horrible.
Look at this. So hold on a second. So rook to h8. So what is White's idea? He can give
queen
the
b7.
check. Yeah, this is it.
Oh, that's ugly.
Yeah, you get rid of the queens, and now there's no danger to your king. If check, you just move over, and this pawn is going to queen.
Really stop.
Rook h8 and rook c8, and that's the end of the game. So what is he going to do against c6? And we have got another result there. We can see the young grandmaster Sava Vetokhin has beaten Movina Alinasab. So that game is over.
Big upsets today on the top boards. We have players, higher rated players winning the games.
Yeah, it's really this one. This is the one that could be the one. Okay, and we've got to move rook to b8. Rook to b8 played.
Point being that if I take on f4...
There's some knight d3. But look at this. Wait, don't call me crazy. Can I take your rook?
Oh.
Now, the odds of this happening, I think, are quite slim. But actually, if it's even on your radar, you have to think about it. Because after takes, I go c7. Now, importantly, if you go queen h8, I queen and I can always come back. So you have to go queen c8. And now I jettison the bishop with bishop b7. It still looks dangerous, like queen g4, but...
I can queen.
You can queen, you
and
give a
if
check.
the pawn, king g1.
I go king g1, and there's no more... There's nothing here. There's just nothing here. Knight g4, I can give a check on c7. King h6, I can give a check on h8. Swap the queens and win the game. How easy is this move to see? I think it's actually easy.
It's not hard when you have time.
There's also queen takes f4, and then knight d3 you maybe try, but you just don't do that as white. Queen takes b8 is actually really straightforward. This is a move you just have to see as an international master. Takes, c7, you have to go, everything is forcing, and bishop b7. Wow. And this position here, I mean, maybe he thinks that this ending, he might have some chances to hold this ending. For example, after rook a3, if we take and take. But this doesn't hold, right? I mean, you get to this position in your calculations, and there's just no way that this holds. No way.
Looking forward for this move. Let's keep the eye on this one if he's going to play.
It's not the only move here. Queen takes b8. But you just have to play this move because the ending is so risk-free. Is he going to find this move? Ketty, is he going to find this move?
That's a tricky question, but I think Alekseenko has already found it. Very often you make the
Really?
move, but you realize the blunder.
Oh no, yeah, Alekseenko has seen it.
He has seen it.
That's for sure. That's not a question.
I think Edward is very tricky player, as we have seen so far. He's seen it, and I think now he's considering to take it.
I agree.
Or to take the pawn on f4, because that also works.
But then knight d3, right? This is the point. Taking on f4 here, and knight d3 is actually very annoying. Because there's a pin. Now you have to move the queen, and no, you don't do this ever as white, ever. I'm telling you now, it's queen takes b8. He's got 17 minutes. He should be eating 5 minutes here minimum. Minimum. But it's actually really easy to calculate. It's really, really easy. If your nerves are not too bad. Wow, if he takes that, I want to see the reaction of Alekseenko.
Let's go with full screen.
Well, I think he's going to spend some time. He's got 17 minutes. He's not going to be moving fast here. There's no way you move fast.
Oh, he's seen it for sure.
Of course you have to see it. Alekseenko's like, oh my God.
Oh no. He has been in the critical situation so many
This has been a
times
disgusting
in
game.
this game.
This has been a disgusting game for Alekseenko in the sense that, you know, this is just not pleasant, basically. This is just awful. This is god awful. What a terrible feeling this must be.
Yeah.
He's holding his throat. This is a sign of nervousness, body language, expert 101. He hates his position. He's like, please don't play it. But then again, you know the worst thing for Alekseenko here is that even if he doesn't play queen takes b8, all other moves are good, right? Queen c5 is the only other move you probably consider here as white. There aren't that many moves. You just rule out queen takes f4, knight d3. I understand that you might have some genius queen g3, knight takes c1 and h5 or something.
I was actually thinking there to play.
Yeah, but you just don't play like this. You never ever play like this as a human. It's just not possible.
How about instead of queen g3, we go somewhere queen to d6 and push c7? Is that possible? You take the knight, c1, c7, rook c8, queen d7.
Yeah, so I would go here, right?
You go there.
Rook takes c1.
Bishop somewhere. Bishop.
Well, you can take on c1, assuming that this is not mate.
There'll be like a final punch here. Maybe bishop c6 inside. I don't want to trade the rooks. Bishop c6.
You want to just let bishop
f6 is hanging, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to be careful. These positions are tricky, but you're making your life, again, so complicated. You really want to avoid this, in general, from a practical point of view. Queen takes b8 is really... I would say it's a tactic Edward Song has to see. You just have to play it. You just have to play it. But maybe he just doesn't see it. Maybe he...
No, I don't believe that.
You believe he sees it?
Yeah. Come on, it's 2 moves tactic, right? Queen b8, c7, bishop c7.
Yeah, I
bishop
know.
b7.
I know, but, and there is a but. I know.
Nerves and everything, yeah. But he sees it, but like you can see, but decided that's not enough to win. That's a different story. I like more queen f4, to be honest. I don't like to go to the end game.
I don't know what's going to happen. It's very tense. I can tell you this, it's very, very tense. In other news, just very quickly, board 2, we'll get straight to the position on the board. We have, the sort of position you would expect. White is staying pat.
Board 6 is actually very interesting.
Board 6, okay, so this one is still looking very drawish. Board 6, wow, hold on. What happened here? Holy moly. What is this? Oh my goodness. Look at this tactic. E5 check, and he found it.
He found it?
He found it.
So if you take the pawn on f7, you go e6 there and take the pawn, or?
Sorry, hold on. This is check. If you take rook b5 is mate.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So you can't. So you have to take on f3. And now white wants to play e6. And he's saying now that I'm going to win e7, win f6, and queen this pawn. And this could just be losing.
Wow. What a technique.
This is unbelievable.
He's going for it.
Of course you have to.
Yeah, e6 is on the board. Wow.
Wow. This is awesome stuff.
Wow. I would play a great master in the end game like that.
I mean, look at this king. Kings are attacking pieces. This is just over, right? If you take on a4, you can even drive the king back. Very important to stop this. King e2, and now you just take and take on e7. Very simple win. These pawns are just too slow, and even after rook takes e4, you could just take on f6. Good enough for the win.
Exactly, just promote the pawn.
Just too fast. Wowzers, e6. That's really beautiful. That's really, really beautiful.
Black made a move. What is that? Rook a8 to a7.
Rook a8 to a7. Okay, so now you can take,
Rook
and
c7.
you can go rook c7, but I was thinking king e8.
Oh, I like that. King e8, king f7 in to go for h.
Exactly. And now you can even come around and pick up this guy.
I like that.
And look at this rook, it's so passive.
He took it. I think he's going
Yeah,
for
he's
that.
going to do this in king e8.
King e8 looks beautiful.
Look at this. This is beautiful. This is just stunning.
Yeah.
No, I think that, Paul is toast here. Your rook it has to stay passive. I put my king on f7. I come to g7. I take the pawn. You have to try and make something work with f5, but it never works. The moment you go f5, I just take. If you go g4, I have f6. No. This is it. Okay, what happened?
He has to try. F5 has played.
He played f5?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying this, but it doesn't work. You just take g4, and now important, you go f6. E takes f6, e7. G3, you go king f8. Okay, let's say rook a8 check, you queen, takes, g2, you come behind, and importantly, your a4 pawn
is way advanced than the f pawn.
Is the savior of the day. Beautiful.
Oh, and the board one we have queen to b8. Let's go there right away.
Yeah?
Yeah, let's go for the board one.
Queen to b8 was played?
Yeah.
Holy moly. Queen to b8.
Wow.
Oh,
what
my
a move.
God.
Look at that.
Let's see Alekseenko. Full screen.
That's a brilliant move.
He's got no alternative but to take. Song will play c7. Alekseenko has to play queen c8. He's going to try and calculate queen h8, but it's very easy to see that, well, I mean, even this, right, you don't have to block king g1 and there's nothing. There's one check. You take with the rook. Look at this, very important. Taking with the pawn leads to perpetual. You take with the rook takes, and now very important, queen b7, check. Very important, and you take back, and then you can resign with black. So c7. Now Alekseenko will realize that he can't go after the h4 pawn. So he'll play queen c8, bishop b7 will happen, and he will take, and look at this, there's also, importantly, there's no rook h3 check. Even though I'm not even sure that would be winning, but because I control it, here you cannot allow the queen to stay on. We will be getting this endgame. And the question is, how does Alekseenko proceed here? Because rook a3, rook takes f4, rook takes a2, rook e7 check. You have to go knight f7, right? Now, apparently...
You go rook d4, rook d4,
no,
rook d7?
Sorry. Yeah, that's...
Or rook b4?
Yeah, rook e4.
Rook b4, rook b4.
No, that looks
rook
winning. So hold on, rook c7 check. So you go king h6. Sorry. Let's put that on the board here. So here, 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 here. Rook a3. Rook takes f4. Rook takes a2. Rook c7 check. King h6. And rook takes f6 you can't play. Because rook a1 check and knight g4. And you lose, well, you probably make a draw, but you
lose the rook.
You lose the rook and you just collapse here as a player. Wait, is this position actually a draw? Yeah, I mean, if this position is a draw, chess is the most unfair game in the world. You've got a full extra exchange. If this pawn were on h3, I think it would be winning. But with the pawn on h4 and the weakness on g4, I think it's a draw. Because black can also think about going f5 at the right moment and posting a knight on g4.
Yeah, maybe we should not give up as white the pawn on a2 to keep that pawn alive on the board. Let's switch now to the board 6 because we do have more updates there. And
okay, let's have a look. So
white actually decided to go after h-pawn with king f7.
g3.
Now
also good. f6. It's the same thing as before. You go f6 takes. You go e7, g2, rook a1, f5. It's one tempo short, I would say. King f8, and we have exactly the same position as before. And black is just probably too slow. Although, we get this. Can you believe this? But now you probably give the check this way. And you are a full rook up with all the checks. Should be winning, should find a way.
f6 is on the board.
And f6 is on the board?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pawn takes and e7 is already on the board.
e7, okay. g2 was played, I guess.
Rook to c1 is
Rook
on the
c1.
board.
Now I think he'll go f5. Is really, or king g. Yeah, no, he'll go f5 because otherwise we can even just take this. You have to go f5. There's no other move. 100% he'll play f5 here. Wow, look at that stare. Brutal. No, this is all she wrote. This is game over.
I love the technique here of white.
Look at board. We've got to go back to board 1.
Oh wow! Look at this.
Look at this. What's happened? He played queen c8, bishop b7, and now he tries.
Oh my goodness!
Rook
What is
h3
happening?
check. No, it's okay. Important now. don't take the rook. Taking the rook is an immediate
Do
loss.
not touch this rook.
You have to go king g1. The good news is taking on h3 is so obviously bad because queen takes b7 is with check. And even this, right? And now some knight c6 and you miraculously survive. So you just don't take this.
I was thinking maybe take queen h3 is also working there.
Might just be a draw, but I've got bishop g2, right?
Take.
It's probably a draw, but only because of this square. But otherwise, I'm coming back. So no, he's not going to take the rook. There's no way he takes that rook. He will go king b1. Kirill will take on b7. He will make a queen like this. There'll be a check, something like this. And then it'll be queen c5, takes, and takes. This is what Kirill is aiming for. But the problem you've got is white just goes rook a1 here. The correct move is rook a1 as a human player. Rook behind the pawn and run the guy up the board. And I just don't see a way this is ever being saved. So let's stay with the game. So king g1 was played, of course. King g1 was played. Queen takes b7. He makes a queen.
Oh, the game on the 6th board has ended and
Yes.
white won.
Big win for the Georgian player.
That's the upset, first upset today.
Big upset, yeah. Nice win for Shamatava. Okay, so what do we have here? We have queen. Yeah, so there's been a trade. He's going to take on f4, on h4. And this is where, and now there's going to be a think here by Edward Song. But look, in this position here, you just play rook. I mean, you just play rook a1 here. You can go a4 first, and after f3, only then go rook a1. But all you have to realize is that if rook g4, you can come back with your rook to c2. You cover everything. Everything is nice and covered, and then she runs like the wind, this pawn. She runs.
How can you stop it?
You can't. You have to do something like, I don't know, takes, rook c4.
Oh, wait. Should I take it on g?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, you don't want to allow knight f3 check. Even that might, even a5 might win, but you don't.
Let's take it.
You know, a human player just takes. The rook comes to c4 or d4. Doesn't really matter. I guess it's the same. You go a5. Maybe knight c6, a6. And now a move like rook d7, I guess. But this is just miserable. Rook b2, rook b7. You're going to force that pawn home. You just are going to force it home. You can even go rook b6 first and then rook b7. Let's say g5, you go rook b6. Because if you go here, you can just take it off. And that's straightforward. So you kind of force the knight to go passive and then rook b7. And then you can immediately resign as black. So I see, honestly, no hope here for black. Just go a4. a4 and if f3, rook a1. Don't think about it. 8 minutes for Song.
We have seen him making tough decisions when he had no time on the clock. He has to hurry up and play this position a little bit faster, not to drop the time down to the seconds.
But he deserves this. He deserves the game. He deserves the win. He's been brilliant today. I mean, he's really been just brilliant. And it would be a real shame if he didn't win this particular game.
I agree with that.
It would be a real shame.
Such nicely played by Edward Song.
Yeah. Just go a4. a4 or rook a1. Don't think about anything. I would just go a4. Just go a4. Force him to go f3, rook a1. Rook g4 and rook c2 is really easy to calculate. You're just defending, and there's just nothing to do here. maybe he'll get tricky with a move like rook f4. Now you have to just be careful ever so slightly. But even a5, knight f3 check, just walk into the check. Just keep... Ah, look, I blundered. But look how I blundered. King g3, knight takes g2. I would still think in a game that this is winning. But it's not. But it's not. Look, you come back and I blew it. I made a draw because this ending here is a draw. In fact, oops. Sorry, that was another game. In fact, this position here, Alekseenko tries to win this position, by the way, with black, with no risk. Mm-hmm. So...
Does he look a bit relaxed, Alekseenko?
What did he do?
Oh, he got rook c2.
Rook c2 immediately?
That's good.
Should be fine.
That's a good move.
Should be fine.
He just overprotects g2 pawn, and then he'll go for a4 next move. I like that. He's careful.
He probably thought he can do it in any order. But Alekseenko now should play the move f3. Because his rook is passive. He can't just hold on to these pawns. So I think Alekseenko is going to give up this pawn to then put the rook on a4. And actually, this is the problem with playing rook c2 first. The problem with playing rook c2 first is precisely this. It's this right here. This position now, just to give you an example, let's say you go king g2 and g5. This knight is now very, very solid. And I am not sure that this is winning. He doesn't do it. He does not do it. He plays g5 immediately. So, look, I get it. I get why he did it. Now you just have to go a4 here. He plays a4. Good. Good. Good for Edward. Yeah, you play this move, of course. And if f3, you go rook a1. Don't think about it. No, Alekseenko, I think he knows he's toast here.
He knows it.
But he had a chance.
The first time.
But he had a chance the move before. That was a chance. That was a real chance. Seriously, that was a real chance. He had to find a way to put the rook on a4, and he would have been okay. Or at least he would have been able to fight a lot harder.
What a tough game for Alekseenko. Round 3.
Crazy tough.
I think really not fun.
Apparently he lives in Spain now. Is that right? I don't know where he lives, but he lives somewhere in Spain. We'll find out maybe. We won't ask him after today, though. It's probably not the time.
Not the time.
Not the time to ask if he loses this game. Okay, so a4 on the board. This is the position. Alekseenko 7 minutes. But it doesn't really matter if you've got 7 minutes or 17 minutes. As white now, the beautiful thing is your play is so straightforward. Rook a1, push. So let's say you go rook h8, I go rook a1, you go rook a8, I go a5. You probably try and stop the pawn with a move like rook a6. I go rook b2. You go knight c4. You see? Already there's some...
rook b4?
Yeah.
Rook a5.
No, rook b4, rook a5.
Yeah. So you have to go rook b5.
Yeah.
Rook b5, rook c5.
Yes. Rook b5, rook c5. But even there, let's say I go king g6, rook c5, I put my knight back on e5. Look, I'm holding. I'm holding. I'm holding. How do you make progress?
Rook b1.
Rook b1. Okay, I'll get my king active.
Rook b6?
Rook b6, I'll just come back, I don't know where to, here probably. Now there's this, by the way, careful. No, he might hold this still. He might hold this still.
I would go. I would go rook to d7.
Rook's where?
Sorry, d6.
Rook d6?
Mm-hmm. Just control all the squares that knight can go.
I would probably go king g4 here. But that's because I'm an idiot. The computer hates it, of course.
a6?
Yeah, I would just go in, but that's because I'm an idiot. Oh, you can take on f6, maybe. Even
Yeah,
that
I'll
looks... Even this looks vaguely...
But I have a check, right? On
F3?
c3.
Ah, and then you take it with the rook. Yeah, it's a shame I don't have f3. You can actually give up a rook. Something like this is going to happen, by the way. That's my opinion. Is this on the board? f3, rook a1?
f3 is on the board, yeah.
And rook a1 immediately, yeah. Oh, wow. Alekseenko did not want this today. I can promise you that. He did not want this. He did not want this today. There is no way he wanted this.
Well, he's thinking how to respond here. The rook on h4 is a bit stuck there. He prefers to have this rook in front of the pawn already blocked. Yeah, maybe take the pawn on g2 right away.
Yeah, you can take on g2. And now the question is, if I take with the king, what's going on there? If I take with the king, king feels correct. Some knight c4, threatening a fork. King g3. Maybe the knight.
f5?
Yeah, but yeah, and rook c5. No. This is, look, I take it all back. This is actually tricky. This is actually, like, a computer holds this against you every day of the week. Probably even beats you.
Really?
Yeah,
With black?
I think a computer beats you here with black. Finds a way to trick you. Maybe not beats you. It's very hard to win. But
you're harsh on us.
Well, look how many times I've blundered just looking at this. I don't know.
Because we know that we can take moves back. When you are concentrated, you will not blunder.
We can take the moves back. That's the important thing. Yeah, this is brutal. Wow, what a hard game as well. Imagine you're playing this today. This is, what are we, hour 5? And...
it's a really long day, yeah.
You know, these guys, chess is hard. Chess is just so hard. People don't realize how hard this game is. Look at this, we're on move 52 and he's got 1,000 things to look at.
At this point, I'm sure they don't really feel the tiredness. No, because they are still,
they feel,
you know, in this sense of extreme.
Yeah.
All these feelings. I don't believe Alekseenko feels now tiredness.
You don't think so?
No way. You feel tired after the game, of course, when you eat, when you realize everything. But right now he feels sad, he feels angry, he feels disappointed.
F6G2.
Stress. But
well, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. He took that pawn with some vigor. So f takes g2 on the board. Now, you have to take the pawn. You don't want to blunder rook h1 check. That's very important. If you take with the rook, it feels... Actually, you can take with the rook. Knight f3 check, king f2. The pieces are on the wrong side of the board. Maybe he just does take with the rook here, actually. I think he should take with the rook. Not fear this check. It's just one check. King f2. Rook f4 threatens knight h4. And now you can put your king on g3. This is gorgeous. This is the way to play chess. Knight h4, you get your rook out the way. There's a check, but the checks eventually will run out or will find a way to block. Look at this construction. You give me a check, I put the rook on g2, and then I just run. If you've run out of check. Okay, let's see.
You captured with a rook.
Yeah, this is correct. This is correct. Game of his life, probably. Probably game of his life.
Beautifully done. I love the way how he's playing.
This is why open tournaments are so treacherous. They're so dangerous, even for top players. You can lose in round 3 to a guy who's 25 years old, no problem. How old is Alekseenko actually?
Alekseenko himself is quite young as well.
I was going to say, yeah, probably a young guy.
Let me check that quickly. 27 years old.
27? Born in Russia?
Yeah.
Kirill.
And represents Austria for past 2 years.
Yes. Okay, we have some more moves. Knight f3, king f2. Alekseenko will play probably rook f4 to just see if he sees knight h4 check. And after rook f4, Song just has to play king g3 or king e3.
King e3 is also quite good.
Yeah. King e3 is also a move, right? But with king e3, there's a few more checks and a few more forks. But I wouldn't be surprised if he put the king on e3. Okay, hold on. No, he moved the knight straight. He played knight d4 immediately, which is also good.
And if I go a5 here?
You just have to go a5. Knight b3, rook a3. Knight c2, a5, knight c2, rook somewhere, like rook a2.
Knight b4.
Knight b4, rook a4, and rook a4, I'm blundering a fork. Oh my god. Oh my god. Rook a3, knight c2, rook c3, knight b4, and the game continues, right? He's stopped us for the moment. This is tough. This is tough. Knight d4, excellent. He goes a5. This is totally to be expected. Now Kirill will play knight b3, I think. And then what do you do? This is crazy.
You have to go for rook a3, rook a2. This is what we have seen. And just continue to play with extra exchange.
Wow, what a this is just, what a game.
Yeah.
He has to go knight b3 here. You just have to do it.
Sadly for Edvardson,
Oh, sorry, knight c2.
end this game way
b3.
much earlier if he played the most precise moves when he had a huge advantage in the middle game.
Yeah. Well, he goes knight c2. You have to go. So now the problem is rook a2, knight b4, and then you don't know where to put the rook. Maybe rook. He can. It's not over. It's not over. Trust me, this position is not done. Alekseenko also feels it, by the way. He feels that there's a chance to save. He feels that there's a chance to save.
Okay, let's see rook c1 in this position.
Rook c1, knight b4. Now you've got to be careful.
Yeah, and we play king somewhere.
King g1 is nice because you tuck the king away from checks and you allow this rook to enter.
Yeah. Or king g3 as well. I like that.
King g3 feels weird to me. Feels much safer on g1.
You can make any of these moves. Let's say king g1. How black is going to proceed here? I want to play rook to c7 next move.
Okay, let's say I just move my king up.
Okay, now I can go back rook to a1.
And I'll go rook h7, I guess, is the...
Rook b2.
Rook b2 and knight a6. I'm going passive, right?
Rook f1.
And rook f1. Nice. Very nice. That wins. Yeah, it's still winning. what can we say? It's still winning.
Edward Song went knight rook to a2 instead.
Yeah, now knight b4. And what's he going to do? Is he going to gain some time? He's going to go rook a1, allowing knight c2. Maybe gain a minute on the clock. Oh, rook a3 he played. Okay, Kirill has to play... Well, I say has to play knight c2. He doesn't actually have to play knight c2 here. Crazy game. Seriously, what a crazy game.
And they actually don't have much of the time on the clock. Kirill has 3 minutes, a bit more than 3 minutes. And Edward has 5 minutes and a half.
Crazy. Absolutely.
Anything can happen still.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen.
And he goes knight a6.
Okay.
I like rook on c file more, because then you could have rook c6 in this position.
Okay, there's just no way you don't play king g1 here as white. Because you need to allow this rook to enter.
Exactly.
And you don't put it on g3. Okay, there are some checks. You just put it on g1.
As far as possible from the pawns. Yeah, true.
You go king g1 to prepare rook b2 rook.
He goes king g3.
He went up to g3?
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
It's a very natural move, actually. I like...
Oh, you went rook g3?
Yeah, rook g3.
This is also good, by the way.
Yeah.
This is the other way to do it. This is actually very good. To go rook b3 next. No, I think this is still...
And you can chase the rook, because like if you go rook to b4 or rook to c4, wherever you go, I can play rook, offering the trade, rook c3, rook b3. Yeah, I like this move even more. Alekseenko not so sure with his move, 2 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. He goes king to g6.
King g6?
Yeah.
Okay, you have to go rook gb3 here. There's just... Or where is the correct way? Oh, maybe c3, sorry. Maybe c3 is better. One of these squares, I don't know which one. I'm too tired to work out why this might be a mistake. Maybe because knight c5 hits the rook, yeah. Rook c3 is really natural. And then you hit the knight, and eventually you push. By the way, question. Listen, watch this. Okay? Is this ever holding?
No, rook f3.
Yeah. I'm trying to find a construction where... No, we can never hold
You can
this.
get rook on the f7 or f8.
No, but
I'm gonna get rook king
let's
on
say
g4.
let's say you did that. Let's say this.
King g4. Yeah.
And then
And zugzwang probably.
where is the zugzwang? Let's just say
Rook a8.
Okay.
Check.
I mean, it has to be winning, right? It's a whole extra.
It is winning, yeah.
No, of course it is winning. But I tell you, I bet a computer would hold this against you.
Oh, come on.
I'm serious.
Oh, come on.
I'm serious.
Oh, no.
I think a computer.
You're underestimating
Yes,
me.
I'm doing this to you.
I have to show you.
No. I want to see
colors.
live. I want to see a live video. I want to see you playing a computer in it. I want you to place.
I'll do that. On
Okay,
a serious bet, like serious.
No, you can
that
do-
the wine cannot save.
Yeah, no wine. You can get your wine back.
No.
Yeah.
Absolutely no. Serious bet would work. Wine is though.
Do you really think you'd beat the computer? The computer
You think
would.
you can't beat the computer in this position?
I think the computer will make it difficult for you.
it will make more difficult than we can do.
Okay, maybe it's a bit much. It would I'm definitely not. It'll be like making it serious. It is a rook. Okay, would you beat the computer king and queen against king and rook?
I've tried that recently and I failed it actually. I was training.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's
not
tough,
easy.
yeah. It's
computer puts up really good resistance.
Yeah.
Okay, what actually happened in this game? Rook GB3. Okay, well. Is Kirill going to go knight C5 here? 1 minute 47. Tough.
Wait, I still can't believe that you think I can put up the position. I'll do it now.
In 50 moves? You have to do it in 50 moves?
Yeah.
I might take that. I might take that bet.
Yeah?
I might take that bet,
Okay.
yeah. I'll have a think about it. I'll discuss with Lukasz.
No,
The terms.
I already know that winning plan.
Yeah?
I'm going to put the king on e6 in that
Yeah, and
position.
then he's going to check you on e4.
Where is the rook? Rook is on
I'm
f7.
No.
Put up the position. Put up the position now.
No, we have to follow this. We have to follow this. I'll tweet it later. I'll tweet the position and ask the Twitter world.
Is a woman grandmaster
but you can't.
capable?
But you can't study it because you could study it.
No way. No, I will not do that. I will leave computer here.
Okay. I'm not sure. Okay, what's going on in the game? Rook f4 check. Okay. So you go king. Oh, you have to be careful where to put the king. King g3. This is the move, of course. No checks. You put the king on g3. No, but this is, we're going to get the ending. We're going to get it. I swear we're going to get it. We're heading right there. I promise you, we're heading right there. Where did he go?
G2.
King g2? Mm-hmm. Okay, another check will probably come. Check played. He'll probably put the king on h3 now. Wow, I can't believe you think you would beat that's crazy.
Can't believe that you think I cannot beat computer.
That's
in
crazy.
50 moves. Are you tweeting right now?
No, I'm not. I promise
you will get.
I promise you.
You get bullied if you do that.
No.
Don't do that.
Where is he putting his king? On f1? He's gone rook g4, king g2. Okay, he's putting his king. Where's he wants to run?
Very strange, yeah?
Very strange. He had a moment to put it on g3 with no checks. King e2, he wants to go. And finally after rook, I don't know what's going on here.
You could do that right away after check on f4. Very strange.
Rook e4 check, maybe he wants rook e3. I think this is what he wants. And then there's a rook e6. This is what he wants. This is his plan. How losing is this? Yeah, if you take with the rook, I think you just take with the rook. And then, your king is too far away. Surely, yeah.
Do you think I can beat computer with rook x against two connected ones? King on g1?
Could you beat the computer I don't know. Do you think you could beat the computer a piece up from the start?
Yeah.
Okay, that I'm definitely going to take. I take the computer all day. You have no chance. Trust me, I've tried it.
How strong
They're just
is
so
the computer
good.
that we're talking about?
Like a 3500 like stockfish or something.
So you say that if I play against a grandmaster who's 2500,
No, but you're playing
I have
against
no chance, even if I have a extra piece.
No, against the grandmaster, you're going to win. Against stockfish, I'm saying you're not going to win. One extra piece, any piece you like, I say no chance. You have no chance. No chance. Now, you might make a draw, true, but I don't think you'll win. But I think there's a good chance you lose. Horrible, isn't it? It's horrible to know that might be true.
Yeah, actually, when I was a kid,
yeah,
and I got my first computer, I was trying different kind of end games and then openings to setting up and playing. And I tried that too. I had extra piece against the computer and I did not win.
Yeah, and that was back in the in the 90s.
No, I'm not that old.
How old are you, Kitty? Actually, I don't.
In 19s, I had no computer, and I was
what
not
are you?
even
30?
Yeah.
30?
32.
32?
Yeah.
No computer in the 90s. No, of course you're.
Seriously, you had computer in 90s?
No, in the late 90s.
Okay.
Yeah, 98, 99, I remember.
I was using my grandmother's
Rook H4,
computer.
Rook H3. What is this? Oh, this is a good move, actually. Maybe, I don't know. Rook H3. Rook somewhere central.
D4?
D4 or C4, he went probably.
E4.
Rook E4, there's a block. He'll go back. I guess you've got to go back, Kirill, right? He does go back. And now finally Edward Song has to commit to Rook E6. You just have to play this move. You just have to play it. No fear. By the way, yeah, you have to go Rook E6. You just have to do it. Knight C5, Rook C6. Sure, there's a check, but you put the king on F1. And you really are very fast. He does it. I love him. He's my favorite player in the whole world. The knight will probably go, you don't go past it, he goes knight c7. Ah, this is clever. Now, really massive moment. Massive moment. Rook c6 is a monstrous blunder because of knight b5. Holy cow.
Oh,
and
no.
You can't stop the fork threat and the attack. Rook c6 and you can lose. Don't do it. Do not play rook c6. This will be the biggest shame of the 21st century if he plays rook c6. Don't do it, man. Find rook b6. You got to find rook b6.
Actually, rook c6 is such a natural move, right? You follow the knight and kick out.
Don't do it. Just don't do rook c6. Any other move. But actually not rook b6. Rook b6 is a big... rook d6 runs into knight b5. No rook c6, no rook d6. Don't do it, bro.
Oof. It's never-ending drama in this game, right? Okay, he's going to play. Oh, poor Alekseenko. He sees that. He prays to have that.
He's praying for rook c6.
Yeah.
He's literally praying. He's saying, Kaisa, one time give me rook c6. And he might
Oh
win.
my goodness.
He might win after rook c6. He probably wins.
Let's go full screen. This is actually a very tense moment.
Don't do it.
What is it? What is it?
It's close. I
No,
can't see.
it's rook b6.
Is it rook b6?
Oh my goodness.
Kirill's like,
Damn,
damn
not my
it.
day.
He's like, oh.
I'm so unlucky today.
Kirill's going to play knight d5 here. But it's not enough. Rook b7. Yeah, is that knight d5? Yeah, knight d5. The rook just goes to b7 here. This is this... no, he goes rook. Rook b, b3. Also very good. Very good move. Because he covers a lot of the checks.
He
This
kicked
is very,
knights
very
out
good.
of a6 square. What
Kicked
a
it out.
technique.
Beautiful.
What a technique. This guy is great.
If there's a check, he probably is going to... Maybe... I don't even know which way to go. Maybe you just go king f2. Check and king g1. And you do run out of checks here. Just run out of checks. And this is really over. You run out of checks. You can't create anything here. I love rook bb3. Really good move. Kirill in huge trouble. Kirill in humongous pain and trouble. Huge trouble. What is he going to do? 32 seconds. No time. No position. No moves. No hope.
And he goes with knight to f4 check.
Yeah. And
He
now
has to find some checks now.
Now you just have to play. Any move is good. Any move is good. King f2 is the move. It's one check. You put the king on g1. There's no fortressy perpetual check. You just go king f2, rook h2, king g1. And really we might get a resignation. Well, we're not going to get a resignation, but we're going to, at some point, when the checks run out and this pawn runs down the board.
Knight went too far from the queen side, so rook is not a piece to stop this pawn. And all Alekseenko is counting on is as much checks as possible. But we know that he will run out from the checks. King f2 makes a lot of sense. And king to g1.
He does it. King f2. Game of his life. Game of his life. Unbelievable. Alekseenko 40 seconds. He just doesn't have the time to do anything. He will give the check because there's just nothing else to do. And he'll put the rook, put where to put it. There's not much to do now.
If you stop the pawn with the rook, you will.
He's going to do this. He's going to give the check. The king will come to g1, 100%. You don't ever go king g3 here, right? Mm-hmm. It's okay, probably.
It's okay, but you don't necessarily need to do that.
It's not human to do it. You don't go king f1 either. You just go king g1.
King g1, attacking the rook. After rook g2, then king f1. And
or king h1, any move.
Yeah.
One minute 44. King g1 played. And that is going to be the end. In fact, Alekseenko is going to play I'll tell you the position he's going to play. He's going to give up the rook. He's going to do something like this, and he's going to try and hold.
White's move, rook b7.
He's going to try and hold this position with knight h5.
Come on.
I'm serious. He's going to try. He's not going to give up. He's going to try and hold this.
No.
He is going to try. Trust me.
I know.
But the thing is, you can give up a rook for the knight. That's really important. Okay, what did he do? a6, knight e2 check on the board. King f2 will be played.
King f2, king f1 possible.
King f1 actually might be played. King f1 will be played. Because king f2, he sees a check and he doesn't like it probably.
So black wants to play
Actually,
knight d4.
No. Yeah, king f2 maybe, because then maybe he sees check and then he can go back and there's no check on g3. So
Yeah, but anyway, knight goes on d4. That's the.
And then you put the rook on b7.
Yeah.
Out the way.
So we might have this knight c6 and.
Oh no! So you put it on rook b6. Okay, he did go king g2. Maybe he'll repeat knight f4. Fighting until the very end. Kirill, Alekseenko. What a hero. What a battler. What a battler.
Yeah.
No, he does go knight d4. Now, the move you play here as a professional chess player is rook b6.
Just limiting the knight.
The shadow knight check as Matthias Valls. Sorry, it wasn't Matthias Valls. It was another Hamburg GM. I forgot his name. Carsten Müller. Carsten Müller. This is the shadow knight check configuration. The knight needs 1,000 moves to get to the rook and can't approach it. You play rook b6 here. Rook b6 is the professional move.
Yeah, he's going for it. That's on the board.
Is it. He goes knight c2. Okay, he's trying to pester these rooks. a7. Find a7 and you are the greatest of all time. a7, he doesn't find it. He plays rook c3, also good.
Yeah, safer.
Also good, because the knight is trapped. If knight e1 check king f2, the knight is trapped. So you have to go knight to d4, and then you go a7. And now rook b8 is a threat. And after rook c7, maybe here Kirill will actually say, you know what, I'm hungry. Time to end things.
Yeah,
and Song
I don't think
it.
he'll continue, because like
Song can smell it.
you cannot really play a game with two rooks down, right? As a grandmaster,
You can.
600. You can.
Yeah, you can. In fact, I think Stockfish.
You believe that I can beat Stockfish with two rooks and against knight and 2 pawns, really?
Yeah, I think that. I think with. Oh no, it's quite easy. You just, of course you would win. I've just realised how easily winning it is. You put a king on g3 or rook on f3 and the rook on a6. It's just over. Okay. But the piece down.
I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take that bet.
I think if you played Stockfish in like a 20-minute game, a piece up, you played 10 games. I don't think you would.
Or 10 games?
No, you can play one game, or you can play whatever. I don't think I think you'd lose. Actually, I don't even think you would make a draw. It's so good. You don't understand how good this thing is. It doesn't make a mistake ever.
Yeah.
And it will do something weird, and then you'll be like, "What's this?"
Yeah, with that, I agree with that. Us to try.
Yeah, we can try.
But
Or we can do a side event.
I can see losing the game with extra piece.
Okay, we've got a7 on the board. I think Kirill is slowly starting to realize that. Okay, he goes rook a8. Rook c7 will be played. Rook c7 will be played because then there's rook b8. There are no other moves. The knight is nicely controlled. You play rook c7. You just play rook c7 here. There's just no other. Rook a3 is also good, but rook c7, you control more squares. Rook c7 is the human move. Kirill knows. He knows that the end is near. The end is near, Mr. Alekseenko. He does go rook a3. It's the same thing. And Alekseenko...
Oh, that's the handshake.
resigns. He's had enough.
Oh my goodness. What a game by Edward Song. 24 years old from USA. He played a brilliant game. He could win this game earlier, but he gave us a really nice technique in the end game. Beautifully done.
Probably the best win of his career. I imagine he hasn't beaten
Aye.
anybody of Alekseenko's quality. This was an outstanding game.
Tough
Everything
game
about
for
this game.
Alekseenko, he has to come back. He's first did it in this tournament. And this is not the game he wants to lose. Definitely when he's the top player. We can see Edward being happy.
Look, I mean, this
Wow, he's
happens
proud.
in sport, in chess. You can be the big favorite and lose and play against somebody who just played brilliantly. 94.3% accuracy today. And he's
Look at him
he is
smiling.
a happy guy. You got to be happy. 3 out of 3.
Oh my goodness, look at him.
Best game must be of his career. And
Wow, wonderful.
yeah, unbelievable. By the
Look
way,
at the whole playing venue is empty.
yeah, we still do have one game, board 2, believe it or not, it's still going on, but it's very equal. And we have had a very long stream. So, Ketty, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it. I'm going to call the end of the stream today. Today was all about one player. It has been a dream day for international master Edward Song, who has defeated the top seed with the white pieces in an incredible battle. And with that, he moves to 3 out of 3. There are a bunch of other players on 3 out of 3. Marc-Andrea Maurizzi with a very easy win today with white. Ido Gorshtein. Vetokhin is on 3 out of 3, as is Shamatava, your countryman. I think there might be a few more as well. We'll get the results tomorrow. But that's going to be it for us for today. We're going to be back tomorrow. Same time, same place.
It was a long day.
Long
but really, really nice day. You have seen a lot. And many more rounds to come. So guys, thanks very much for watching. Thanks very much for not trusting me against the Stockfish.
One piece.
But you guys, we will meet you tomorrow at 4:30 CET, and we promise you that's going to be more exciting. See you.
See you.